as to what that means for the case. He says, yes, the Parliament of Ghana, Government of Ghana is also, providing some assistance to aid the MP because, of course, he's a member of the legislative arm of Ghana's government. And so we'll wait and see how that also pans out. But there's a lot to talk about and a lot of conversations lined up this morning for you on the show. But let's take our quote of the day as we kickstart matters. And our quote is from Jim Rohn, who says, if you really want to do something, you'll find a way. If you don't, you'll find an excuse. Simpliciter. They say on Fridays, you don't advise people, but please take this one. If you really want to do something, you'll find a way. If you don't, you'll always find an excuse. Well, let's bring you the video of the day. Live here on GA Today on GH1 Television, and it's a Friday. My senior colleagues are here, so let's get into the conversations. Well, this morning, as we always do on Fridays, we assemble journalists to share their thoughts on the raging national issues. And this morning, we have Cliff Ekufo. He is Chief Reporter, News Times Corporation. It's been a while Cliff has been here, and I'm sure we'll get to hear from him very shortly. Elvis Dako is also here, the Managing Editor for the News Center newspaper. And, of course, my own boss, Ibrahim Al-Hassan, who is head of our political desk, Chief Producer for the show, J Today, lead producer for State of Affairs, and almost everything you see on GH1. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
And Cliff, it's been a while. Hope you've been well.
Well, by His grace, we are keeping body and soul together.
And it has been a very busy news week.
Yeah.
Before you're trying to wrap your head around one story, another one is knocking.
You keep running. With
Yeah. Elvis, good morning to you.
Morning.
I hope you are well.
I'm not that well, but by God's grace, I'm able to make it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Ibrahim,
Yes.
we are back again.
Yes. As like we never left, right?
Yes.
Yeah. We are right. Charlie. It's been a newsy week, and it's been consistent. Last week, the same thing. I think we talk about the same thing. That has been a very fluid news week. Same things are happening, and once things are happening, we have to report on those things. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, let me start with you, Cliff. I've been talking about the whole saga regarding the arrest of Abronye, him being put before a circuit court, the judge remanding him in custody, the MPP up in arms saying, well, this is an attack on free speech. Finally, he's been granted bail, and we are told that he's actually been released. I saw the video of him yesterday, 100,000 cedi with 2 sureties and all of that. Really, what's your reading into all of that real situation we saw?
Clearly, for me, it was a needless situation, largely because of our history. And I've been wrapping my brains around what is happening in terms of this whole thing about clamping down on speech. I am an avid supporter of people who go against irresponsible speech, because I sincerely believe this thing about free speech is not limitless, and that people must exercise their free speech within a certain context, and that context deals with responsibilities. Unfortunately, per the history we have cut out for ourselves, it makes it look as if we have sanctioned that irresponsible speech is part of the free speech culture we are building for ourselves. And so we have come to define our media space by that. Other than that, what would be the basis of having somebody within the traditional media in the morning stands in front of cameras and use abusive language? And yet, you go for such a person, the parent GJA, mother organization comes in to talk about attack on press freedom and whatever. So sometimes it's very difficult. What I see in what is happening now is what I call our collective hypocrisy. Our collective hypocrisy. Because we hear and we have heard people say worse things. If it's about social media, is it not a blot on our collective conscience that we provided somebody who sits outside the shores of this country, denigrated virtually every person in this country, landed here, we provided him with state security? Is it not a blot on our collective conscience? So, yes, I have my own issues with how, because I don't see the reason why you should place a camera before you and all you do is go abusive. it doesn't make sense to me, because we can agree to disagree.
Yeah.
We can criticize in the strongest terms without going after individuals. It shows our intellectual capacity. It shows our ability to reason. Unfortunately, this is what we have reduced our space to. Today, as we speak, there are people believed to be aligned to the ruling government, sit on social media, use very unprintable words against others. Nothing is done, or it seems nothing is done to that group of people. And yet, in the same vein, others are gone after for doing the same thing. And so I keep on wondering, are we building a nation, or we are building sessions? Well, if we are building a nation, then whoever decides to crack the whip must crack the whip across all spectrum. You don't crack the whip because what someone says is unpleasant to your ears, and just because you wield state power. Because as we talk, tomorrow, it may take 4 years, it may take 8 years, it may take 16 years. Whatever it is, there is likely for political power to change hands. If the same script is played to you, same script, what would be our concerns?
Right.
And it looks as if the media is failing, especially traditional media, because we should be able to point to them. Because as I teach, I can give you a litany of examples of things that people did in the past. That is not to seek justification. But it is important that when the shoes have turned and people begin to sing with different voices, you point it out to them that, no, when the shoe was on the left, this were the things you put out there. How come now the shoe is on the right and you are singing with a different tune? Same, and vice versa. So that we can build a society that is sane, that is just, and that is fair for us. 30-something years into our democracy. Why should we be going back and forth over things like this? And I have said that one of the reasons why we are where we are is because after fighting for media pluralism, liberalization, what we fail to do is to call for regulation to manage this space. And it is sad because whether you like it or not, the media is the most powerful tool in a democracy. It can make or unmake. And I hold the belief that the stagnation of our development under this democratic dispensation is the lack of laissez-faire, the laxity we have given to the media. Because you are to inform, to educate, and you are to entertain. What you do, children are listening. You see the youth. Most of the youth on the social media are children who were born when we were agitating for media pluralism. But because we failed to put in the necessary checks, they have grown up being socialized into the fact that whatever you say, irrespective of what our cultural dynamics are, is immaterial. You can look at an elderly person and insult him with no bounds holding. And that is it. So for me, I think the time has come. Yes, we must pause, reflect, and see what do we do? How do we tweak the system to suit our own cultural and environmental dynamics? Because we are an evolving democracy. And as we evolve, there are certain things we may not get right. But then we put in corrective measures to ensure that next year will be better than this year. And the subsequent year will be better than next year. So that we can grow and develop and build a sane, just and a fair society for all of us. So yes, the Abronye incident, the brouhaha, the threats, for me, all boils down to the fact that we are refusing to think as a society, as a people. And that is why we keep going back and forth on some of these things. And I think the time has come for all of us to pause, especially those of us who operate within the media space. And today when we talk about the media space, it is not just radio and television and the print media as we used to have it.
Yeah.
The traffic is now on what we call social and its media. And it is huge there. And the earlier we take remedial measures to correct that space, the better for us, because it can make or unmake this country.
Very key. And to Elvis, one of our own, Manasseh Azuri, whom the NDC cites whenever they are talking about this issue as having had to run away from this country because under the erstwhile administration, free speech was criminalized. He put up a post yesterday and said that he's ashamed that now it's worsened. Elvis, looking at what he said and what has happened, you have had your chew on this since last week. But then, where we are currently, what's your take?
Thank you for the opportunity. You see, I have always had a view that speech under no circumstances should be criminalized. Because what the person says will require action before anything can happen. And since the law has given us both civil and criminal options, I am of the view that everything that anybody says should be treated with a civil suit, not criminal.
The criminal suit.
That is my position. You see, investigative institutions are in this country and we pay them. Their duty is to protect the country. And protect the country will mean that gathering enough intelligence every now and then. However, the way our institutions operate, they rather will jump ahead to go and arrest somebody and now say that they are now investigating. It's a complete abuse. If you've not done investigation and you are not sure that you have a case against them, why arrest the person? Why? So you see, the politicians everywhere in the world, they hate criticisms. Leadership and politics, they hate criticisms. So at every point in time, they try to keep certain laws in our books that they will use to harass people. That is what they do. So for me, I said it here, that President Mahama, if he doesn't put his foot down and instruct these security services that, look, nobody who has said anything should be arrested, he will complete the legacy term, but the legacy term will become the worst in terms of free speech in Ghana. Because in just 1.5 years, if you want to count, they have arrested more than 20 people. More than 20 people have been arrested for free speech violations. That is unprecedented.
Yeah.
And if you look at some of the things that they are arresting people for, I ask myself, what's the sense in that? Somebody says Dumso is back and put the president for today. Why should you arrest the person? Why? Somebody goes to Kodjo and says there's a government project that is abandoned.
1D1F project.
And took videos. They invite him. Somebody wrote in Gambaga WhatsApp status that his MC is not fit for office. They invited him. Fanti Comedy had TikTok live, and some ladies came to make certain comments. They arrested the ladies and arrested the host of the show as well. Just like we are here. Now, if I say something or Cliff says something that somebody sitting somewhere doesn't like, he sends security to come and arrest me, and then say, because you are host of the show, you should be arrested. How does that make any sense? How are these a threat to anybody? So you see, Those two laws, I've always said that they are obnoxious laws. Publication of false news and causing fear and panic. There's no definition of what constitutes causing fear and panic. There's no definition of fake news. So they sit down and they, in their own assessment, to determine that I think whatever said is fake news, let's go and arrest him. I don't understand. A young lady has been arrested yesterday for issuing a warning to President Mahama. President Mahama is the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. He has all the security apparatus for himself. If a young lady says something, has the security agent be able to do any investigation to establish that indeed the lady is taking steps to do that? No. They just went and arrested her because she said that on social media. If you look at all these things I've outlined, none of them should warrant an arrest. If the people affected feel that they have been defamed, let them go to court. But the mama can sue and can be sued. So if someone says Dumso is bad, put his picture and he says he doesn't like it, he can go and sue the person. Why do you arrest the person? So for me, I see those two obnoxious laws as a tool by politicians to crack down on dissent. And you see, initially, those laws were being applied only to the media. So society thought that, oh, it's the journalists who will suffer. Now they realize that the social media has made everybody an information sharing expert in one way or the other. Though they may not be able to process the information journalistically, they are able to share some information. And now they are being arrested for sharing information, for saying things that they think they have to say. For me, as I said, President Mahama must step his foot down and call the security and say, look, nobody should be arrested for anything. And I said this thing, that in this for President Mos, someone was arrested for insulting him. He called the security, hey, leave the person. Leave the person. This is the approach I think we should go with. See, if we as society will give room for politicians to use some obnoxious law to intimidate us, it won't help us in any way.
Okay.
It is not going to help us in any way. The costs are there. If we think that there are too much being done that is defaming people, let's set up special courts for defamation, that the cases can run quickly,
judiciously,
so that when anybody feels that have been defamed, the person can just go there and run the case, and within a certain timeline, the decision will be taken. But to be arresting people for making these kind of harmless comments, for me, is dangerous to our democracy. Because you see, dissent and criticisms are very important. You may not like what the person has said, but that should not warrant his arrest.
Right.
Check the kind of things people say about Trump. Okay? People call a certain president demented. They call him all kinds of names. But they believe in democracy. They say people should express their views. So for me, if we allow this arrest to continue, it will come to a time we may create a serious problem.
Right.
Social media usage is growing fast in Ghana. So yesterday I sat down and asked myself, so if this arrest provoke people and they get angry, and they said, okay, they are going to write anything that will be arrested, and we have 1 million people writing things that they will be arrested for, can we arrest all of them, and where will we keep them? This government that is arresting people, Sam George is on TV calling the sitting president and his vice thieves. Did anybody arrest him? Somebody sat in a radio station and said, because he doesn't like it that Akufo-Addo is hiring private jets, he is praying that when the next time he hires a private jet, there will be an accident, he will die, and Akufo-Addo is nobody. Did anybody arrest him? I know that people were arrested under the Akufo-Addo regime, which I disagree. I have always disagreed that what people say should not be the reason for that. If you can do proper investigation, you found leads and evidence to prove that the person is planning something, take the case to court. But this criminalization of speech is something that we have to be very careful of.
Very well.
The reason we have to be very careful of is that, see, the whole world is moving into what we call the control grid regime. The whole world is going into digitalization. Every country in the world is moving everything to digital. And experts have said, where we are going, it is called a digital prison. We are all in prison. Okay, we are in prison, but we don't know. Because new cars that are come these days, you can be driving somewhere, and somebody sees someone and can switch off your engine. Because they have put gadgets in the car to determine the speed you are going, to determine things you say, and if they don't like it, the system automatically shut down your car. Wherever you are, you can't drive. So experts are saying that the way we are running deep into digitalization, we are all into a digital prison.
Yeah.
And therefore, if we are going to a digital prison, and we are going to be giving people the chance just to arrest people for a comment, then we will be suppressed. We will be suppressed. And I'm sure that you saw the bill they are trying to pass and the clauses they are put in there. So if you look at the way where the world is moving to,
right,
where every country is moving into the digital control regime, and that is where they can really control human beings, because technology is deployed to the point where even your fridge in the house, somebody can sit in the company and switch it off. Somebody can say your fridge will not work because by climate change reasons, your fridge is not a standard fridge for them. They switch off your fridge, you can't do anything, they did it. So a lot is happening in the digital world that really shows that dissent and other things are going to be a problem for all of us. So if we are allowing at this point people to use obnoxious law to crack down on people, then when we get to the digital regime, then we are all going to be like quiet, because they can shut down your phone, they can shut down your car, they can shut down everything around you, because the world is saying, they call it 15 minutes smart cities. And therefore everything around us is under one control or the other. So if we are permitting people to use obnoxious laws to actually deal with people in this manner, what will be the situation when we all go into the digital regime? Somebody can wake up and say, the amount of money you have withdrawn from your own bank account is too much, so they block you. It's happening in some countries. Your own money, you didn't steal it, you work for it. They tell you that you are withdrawing money too much, they will block it. I have a friend in Germany who was doing a house in Ghana. At the point, she has to suspend the project. Why? She withdraw a lot of money, and then they ask her, so you send it to Ghana. At the point, they say, no, you can't be withdrawing this amount of money from the economy. So they put a limit, she can't withdraw. She has to wait like about 3 months before she can access her own money. So the kind of digitalization that is coming is putting all of us in a digital prison where we'll be fully controlled.
Girl.
So if we are supporting this kind of obnoxious arrest now, then when we finally digitize, it will be a serious problem. Because they can tell you that today you have exceeded your carbon limit. So you can't buy anything, not even food. Because whatever you are doing is being monitored somewhere.
Right.
So we should look at where the world is going and begin to fight for free speech now,
right,
before it is too late.
Absolutely. Well, Ibrahim Alassane,
yes,
you've also monitored everything.
Yes, I have, and it's a topic that never goes away. So, and we've kept talking about this, and I have indeed mentioned that. We need to be careful how we go about these things. Now, yes, I'm happy Abronya was released yesterday.
Yeah.
Because at a point, I got to know about his health condition, right? And I dreaded the worst. Imagine if the worst had happened. This whole political atmosphere would have been turned upside down. And that's not something that we want as a people. Especially when I got to know about his health condition, I went like, what are we waiting for? Right? So yesterday on radio, I had mentioned that I was very sure that he was going to be granted bail. So I was not surprised that the deputy AG who showed up did not oppose the bail application. But let's ensure these things, these avoidable things, never happen. I sat here and I told you that things that happened under Akufo-Addo relative to people being arrested, people being imprisoned, people being picked up over comment, post, and what have you, we sat here and we condemned them. If the same things are happening under this administration, it will be hypocritical on our part to embrace those happenings. Because what was wrong under Akufo-Addo should be wrong under Mahama. Because wrong is wrong. And that's how a society that cherishes principles should behave. There's, however, certain cases that I cannot paint with the same brush. Always related to the lady who had just been arrested, right? If I were to make the decision, I would have arrested that lady. She just didn't threaten the president. If she just threatened the president, I would say that she doesn't have the capacity to carry it out. She asks other people to harm the president. Listen to the video. She asks other people to harm the president. You know what that means? So, in all the arrests that have been done, I've sat here, I condemn all of them. That old lady, I will not condemn. I will not condemn today, I will not condemn tomorrow. Because people must be told in their face that there are red lines you don't cross. That is the height of irresponsibility, no matter how you look at it. And she comes back when she realizes that she will be arrested, that they should go and arrest Kevin Taylor. You see? Ignorance. Jurisdiction. Kevin Taylor knows why he's doing the things he's doing, where he's doing them, and not here in Ghana. Even if Kevin Taylor were to do the things he's been doing here in Ghana, he would have been arrested by now. In fact, much more than probably Abronya has been arrested. That is the reality. He knows what he's doing. That's how come he's going to hide in another man's country. He's doing it. He's not the only one. Sidney Jonas.
Yeah.
Is he not there?
Sheffield.
Has he been arrested? So they know if you have the means to go there, no problem. Go and join them. But as long as you don't have the means to fly, probably like all of us here, let me talk for myself, right? Like me here, and you do it here, and you cross those lines, you'll be arrested.
Right.
And so when Cliff talks about he being ardent follower and supporter of people who become irresponsible, being clamped down upon, yes, to some extent, yes, I agree. But it must be treated case by case basis. I sat here and said that the guy who posted about doing so, but for his arrest, I wouldn't have known, I wouldn't have read about it.
Yeah.
It will have no impact on whatever thinking that I have, right? The gentleman who shared a WhatsApp status about his MC in Gambaga, I sat here and said, it's shocking that the police will extend an invitation to such a person, right? So, yes, some men in uniform are misbehaving in the name of publication of fake news or false news. That's a fact. Fortunately for us, a private legal practitioner has gone to the Supreme Court seeking for the definitive pronouncement of the apex court of the land on this act, specifically the Communications Act, that talks about publication of false news, right? It's open to abuse because it's vague, and that's his argument. These laws are open to abuse, causing fear and panic, open to abuse. What could mean fear and panic in your opinion might not be fear and panic in my opinion. In fact, might not even be causing fear and panic in the opinion of the judge. But before I get my time before a judge, I might have suffered.
Yeah.
Because first, the police will have to exercise that discretion to arrest me and then press charges against me.
But that's one of the things Elvis talks about, that we arrest before we even begin investigations.
That's the point.
Instead of arresting after we have investigated and concluded.
These laws are open to abuse. That is a fact. So I'm happy that finally this has been sent to the Supreme Court for a determination. But before then, we know that even as we sit here, if I threaten you, I'll be arrested. So that's not a misdemeanor. If I threaten your life, that's not a misdemeanor. I'll be arrested. So let's draw that line. Yes, I read a piece from Manasseh, and Manasseh is right in saying that President Mahama is avid supporter of free speech. And that's how come constantly he tells you that he's a member of the DJA. He's a communicator, right? So many a time the SSS are from exuberant policemen men in uniform, they want to catch somebody's eye. So, for instance, those who authored the letter to the gentleman who posted on his status about the MCE. Oh, that's it. So, like the MCE telling, we are working for you. We are working for who? So, those are the things that I think that if the AG gets the opportunity, he might not announce it to us. But if he gets the opportunity to meet the IGP, or if there is any forum that can be organized, of course, it can be outside the purview of the cameras. That directive should go to them. That the things you are doing, you are gradually working against the government. And they think they are working for government. Many of them think they are working for... You are working against government. Abronye, do I support what he said about the judge? No. And I will never support what he said about the judge. But did he have to spend days on ending in custody until the case is finally done? No. Obviously no. So at that level, I also disagree with the judge. But there's a process, and indeed his lawyers have triggered that process, and that got him his freedom yesterday. So yes, free speech should not be criminalized.
Yeah.
And I have never been invited for my worst. No under Akufo-Addo, no under Mahama. And trust me, if you are to monitor what we say, you can tell that sometimes we are hard-hitting, right? But we are responsible, and that's how it ought to be.
Yeah. I remember Cliff making that point, that we can have, you can agree to disagree, but let's not attack our persons.
Speaking, I am not a fan of this wholesale nonsense about free speech. Yeah. Because I believe free speech must be exercised responsibly. And as a thinking society, what we should ask ourselves, what is it that when the shoes change, the political class react the same way? It simply tells you that, but for the political advantage they can take of the situation, they all do not agree to the level of irresponsibility. And people talk about using the civil route. Yes. If you use the civil route, how remedial is it going to be when you are dealing with a riffraff who, by virtue of a Chinese phone with a camera, has a voice, bringing down a reputation built over years? And so, yes, it is easy for people to come to the conclusion that use the civil route.
Yeah.
But then the question you have to ask is, how remedial is the civil route when you are looking at the kind of people operating within the media space? Because Article 264 talks about individuals' integrity. Talks about and that whilst the 262 guarantees the freedom and everything we talk about, it talks about a regulation or a law that will seek to protect national security, public morality, and individual integrity. How do we build integrity? Over the years, throughout. And then just one day, by a flip of a second, somebody, because he has a chance to sit before a camera, brings that whole thing crashing down. And yet, when we are confronted with the issue, all we say is use the civil route. Yes, I believe in using the civil route, but the question I ask is, how remedial is the civil route within the situation in which we find ourselves? For me, I think the time has come. Let us pause. Look at the situation. We are talking about obnoxious laws. Yes, the law may be obnoxious, but there is a reason why that law was enacted. The law was enacted to safeguard a certain situation. Do you throw the baby away with the bath water? If we don't want it, what do we do as a thinking society? We sit down around the table, look at what works for us, and put it, codify it, so that that becomes a guiding principle for all of us. If after doing that somebody falls out of it, you deal with that person according to it. But we can't sit down. Yes, I know there will be some exuberant security officers who may want to satisfy a so-called master-servant relationship. That may be there. But how do you cure it? Because it has happened under every regime. It has happened under every regime.
Right.
So how do you cure that particular thing? I believe that at any given point in time, society must pause. Look at your own dynamics. And I get irritated when quickly we cite examples from America. So what happens to our own values? Are our values the same as their values? So somebody is insulting Donald Trump. So we should tolerate same in Ghana. We come from two diverse cultural backgrounds. We have our own values, they have their own values.
Right.
And the yardstick of American democracy must not necessarily be the yardstick of the Ghanaian democracy. Even though there may be some aspect that will necessarily cross, because those principles are standard principles that hold everywhere in the world. But it's irritating.
Okay.
Irritating.
Right. Elvis, I'll give you a final word on this.
In fact,
90 seconds.
sometimes I think we just like disgracing ourselves, because I'm like the commander-in-chief of Ghana Armed Forces is scared that a young lady threatened him on social media.
And the inciting
And
others
the implication is that our security people have issues with their intelligence gathering. That's how I see it. No, I don't see how a whole commander-in-chief should be scared of anybody threatening him. The president goes around with so much security. Even when he's sleeping, somebody is guarding his door. Why can't the president go with security? So if the commander-in-chief is scared of a threat by a young lady, then it means that, as Elvis I sit here, I don't feel safe. Because I don't have that
level of security.
That level of security. You understand it? I don't have that level of security. So if my president is scared of a social media threat, then I should be scared more than the president. Because the advantages he has, the security arrangement he has, I don't have any. So sometimes somebody sits somewhere and say, I saw the song on DW, their portal, and I say, a security person sits and say, so the whole Ghana is scared that a young girl makes a threat on social media, so she'll be arrested because our president is scared. That is a bad message to send. And that is why I said at this distance, you are rather creating a bad image for the country. Because anybody sitting anywhere in the world that sees that we are arresting somebody because he threatened our president, who is the commander-in-chief, who has all the security arrangements and protocols, and is afraid of a small girl. Now, how about the ordinary person? It is so sometimes there are messages in some of these things that we do,
right,
and we should be considering these things. I don't subscribe to the insult and the rubbish language. I don't subscribe to it. But I'm saying that no matter how painful what the person has said, a civil route is better than a criminal route. As IB has said, they think they are doing the government a favor, but they are not making the government unpopular. Somebody wants to show that I'm working. Somebody threatened the president, we have arrested him. You are ridiculing the president. That the man who is the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces is scared of a young lady's threat on social media. Sometimes we should go beyond some of these things, okay, and look at the implication, not only in Ghana, but even outside the country. As I said, just 1.5 years, over 20 people have been arrested. Gordon Asare was arrested by OSPY. He said on his show that OSP requested for bulletproof private jet. So they arrested him. How does this make any sense? I want to go back for Asare. Wrote some stories about myth. The woman has gone to court to sue him. But the woman has also gone to police headquarters to criminalize the process. Sometimes I just ask myself, do we really do deep thinking about the implication of some of these things before we take the steps? Those who are doing the thinking, they are trying to catch the eye of the president. Unfortunately, they are the ones who are making the president very unpopular. check the comments from civil society about this arrest. It should guide the president.
Right.
Maybe some of us will say, but they should check civil society in Ghana, the kind of comments they are passing on this arrest. That should guide the president to know that something is wrong. And the earlier he puts a stop to it, the better for his own legacy term.
Right.
Because you cannot say you have delivered a legacy term when you have maybe the worst press freedom record in the Fourth Republic in terms of the number of people who have been arrested. It doesn't speak well of the president.
Okay.
And so for me, if the president really cares about his reputation, he should be calling the IGP and they say, look, forget about these things. If anybody threatens anything, do your investigations first. And then if you found enough reason to think the person is planning something, go to court. But arresting people, giving them bail, and the case hangs. For some people, the leaked tape case, where is it? The case gets to the court, and then the state can't find evidence to support them. Then they leave the case ajar. They won't do anything. And they are torturing the person who is being prosecuted. That day, tomorrow, come to court. It's all a harassment tactics. So for me, I think President Mahama I have said it, this term is a fine opportunity for him to do things that when he's no longer in power, he will be proud of himself. But in terms of free speech, the way the things are going, I'm scared that he may leave a legacy of his government arrested more people over free speech violations than any other in the Fourth Republic.
Okay. Right. The final one on this.
So, still on the lady. Elvis conveniently just talks about the threats.
Yes.
Without talking about the fact that the lady asks other people to kill the president. Elvis was addressing his mind to that fact.
No. So you are assuming that because the lady asked other people to harm the president, people will just wake up and go and harm the president.
The whole idea is that don't do that in the first place.
And if somebody,
first of all, laws exist.
I don't subscribe to that.
No, I get it.
But the point is that
I get it.
You don't arrest the girl because of that. Because
what else do you do to send a message that is wrong? Don't do that.
No, then why are you the commander-in-chief? Why do you have all the script around
so because you are the commander-in-chief. You see, why?
Then me who is not commander-in-chief?
See.
Me.
It's overly simplistic.
How will I handle the issues over there to me?
Why are presidents protected? Just because they can easily become targets.
Yes.
How many times have people in America attempted killing Donald Trump? 3 times. That is the most powerful president in the whole world. But there have been 3 attempts. We are talking about attempts because they did not succeed. When Mahama was the president the first time, what happened? There was a mentally deranged man who went to church with a weapon. We're all saved by the fact that nothing untoward happened.
But is that not a failure on the part of the president's security?
Oh no, I get that.
That the president is going
those
to check.
failures were,
They have not been able to check.
We'll
that
make sure that people do not instigate violence against the president.
Right.
It's basic.
Right. Anyways, well, so that's the conversation on free speech, and I'm sure that we'll get it going also on our social media because, you know, you have the freedom to express yourself on social media as well. So let's keep the conversations going. We'll take a breather. When we come back, Ghana has finally exited the IMF, but of course there's the PCI hanging in there. We say, IMF, thank you so much. You've given us the financial and monitoring that we need, but still stay on, this time without money, but help us to put things in place. Keep an eye on how we run things. MPP says, hey, liars, you're trying to hide under the cover of that so that you will blame the failure to deliver your promises on the IMF's intervention. We'll be right back after this break. We're still live here on today here on GH1 television, having a conversation with journalists in the country, getting to appreciate their perspectives on matters. We have Cliff Ekufo, Elvis Dako, and Ibrahim Al Hassan. I want to talk about the IMF exiting, Ghana exiting the IMF program, but of course with the PCI in check as well. Elvis, some people say that, well, this is it. We are no longer going to go back to the IMF because of at least what we've seen under this administration for the last 16 months, I think, yeah.
Oh, if we go to the IMF again, then we can never win ourselves. Because see, for the first time that the DDEP, that has significantly reduced our debt. So if we manage well and we don't do politics with spending, we shouldn't go back to the IMF.
Right.
And that's why I think that President Obama took a very good decision by allowing the PCI to be signed.
Okay.
Because see, the problem we have in this country is that once we exit IMF, we think that it is the door opener to just spend anyhow. Then before we see 3-4 years, we are back to the IMF. But with the PCI in place, what it means is that whatever actions you are taking, IMF have to review and approve.
Yeah.
And I think that it will safeguard the economy in a way if the NDC is able to actually work with the PCI properly. Because the PCI, we are not under any obligation.
Yeah.
We are not taking money. So they can give the advice and we can reject it because there's no money. And in a party like the NDC now in government, that promise 133, every NDC person, let me leave any other person that's not NDC, they are expecting that they will get a job. Truth of the matter, there are no jobs. Government doesn't create jobs. So a lot of people will be disappointed. So normally what we do is in an election year, when BNI does their service and they realize that government rather is going to lose the elections, then they start issuing contract anyhow. They will start giving contract anyhow just to win the elections. When you do that and win the elections, what will happen is that now you have a lot of bills to pay, but you're not generating the revenue to be able to pay. So that you begin to retrogress gradually back, because you want to satisfy your party people. But that is working against the entire economy. So our problem is the balance between political promises during campaign and our attempt to fulfill them.
Right.
Because we'll be going to the next election with those promises. And then we'll spend and realize that we are in trouble. Because per the finance minister, we borrowed 17 billion in 2025 to be able to pay salaries. So there's no money. The finance minister made it clear there's no money. This year, likely we may borrow again to be able to pay salary. But here is the case, we are seeing public institutions increasing their payrolls. Environmental Protection Agency, we were told, has added over 2,300 people. Gold Board had added over 300 people. Institutions are pulling in people, not because it will add to productivity, but because a political promise needs to be fulfilled. What that means is that the wage bill will skyrocket. So if you are borrowing 17 billion to be able to pay salary, and then you are increasing the people on the wage bill, your borrowing to pay the salaries will increase. And then that's where you find yourself in trouble. So for me, I've always said this, whatever the IMF comes here to tell us, we have better qualified people in this country who knows that this is what we are supposed to do. And they will dram it home, we will not listen. Because we have to actually sort party people out. So it's not like what the IMF comes here to tell us, we do not know. We know. We know that that is what we are supposed to do. But we are unable to commit to it because we have to fulfill our promises to party members. And by so doing, we are increasing the people on the government payroll. And by so doing, you have to borrow more to be able to pay salary. If you are borrowing more to be able to pay salaries, your public debt will begin to rise. Things will begin to escalate. And before you see, the economic indicators will all turn upside down. So for me, the PCI, I think, is good. I support it. But I hope and pray that ATU and the president and the governor will strictly abide by it. if for nothing at all, they will leave a certain level of economic stability. But the problem they may not be able to do it is that, as I said, when you get to the election year and there's too much complaints, because even today there's so much complaints. Traders are saying no, people are not buying. Farmers says they are produce that nobody is buying. So when the complaints from those who will vote for you begin to rise, you are looking at, if I don't win the next election, will I be in power? Answer is no. So if I leave very good economic indicators, yet I'm kicked out, how does that benefit me?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, they will decide that when they win, they will know what to do. Let's spend more to win the elections. And then when we win the elections, they will know what to do. So for me, we should all just be looking at it. And as I said, I wish the president, the governor, and our two forces will not bow to party pressure, but will say that even if NDC should lose the election in 2028, the NDC will lose the election, leaving behind a certain economic stability that whichever government comes must be forced to continue. That's the only way we can build this country. But this back and forth 18 times is the same problems. And the people who come here to tell us what to do is not because they know better than us. We have a lot of people who know better than them. Our current governor, if you read his CV, he is one of the best hands in microeconomics and central banking. So the people from IMF who are coming to supervise us, the current governor is far, 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 far superior in terms of experience and everything ahead of them. But small boys will now come and meditating because we have fallen into a trap, and then we went to beg them that come and help us. So now whatever they tell us is what we will do. The only way we can stop that problem also is that we should begin to fix the country's problem from the supply side, not the demand side. What we have done in this economic stability is to fix the demand side. What we have done is that let's mop up excess liquidity in the system so that people will not have purchasing power. They will say, oh, fewer monies are chasing more goods, so inflation goes down. But when you dampen demand to achieve single-digit inflation and all this, what it means is that the real growth sectors of the economy, which is industry, they will suffer because then their produce also becomes so expensive. So even if they export, they will be not competitive. But if we will take the painful route and say, look, we want to fix critical things, maybe 5 or 6 poles as pillars of the economy. One, rice importation. We want to make sure that we produce about 60-70% of the rice that we do what? We consume. And then we'll use government power and say that all the money we are using to buy rice for school feeding, which are all imported rice, we'll give the money to the farmers to produce the rice, and we buy directly from them to do school feeding. That is the most important thing. We take a decision that our poultry imports, we want to reduce it significantly. So each region, we are looking at 5 major poultry farmers in each region. Governments money we are going to use to buy we will be in trouble. We are injecting dollars and everything. It is not the best way. That's what they call it, artificial shoring up of a currency in economics. Because that is not a sustainable way of keeping your currency stable. Your currency must be stable because you are producing enough and getting so much forest from your imports. That is what is called reliability. So we have to take that painful decision and say that what are the major things that we import into this country? In 4 years' time, by 2028, we want to be able to reduce each of the imports by at least 60 or 70%. That is where we'll be building a realistic economy. But what we have achieved now in case of anything happening to gold prices today, our entire economy will go back to zero. Because the entire economy, the IMF has said it, Fitch has said it, almost everyone says, oh, Ghana's economy is where it is because of what? Rising gold prices. So if anything should happen to gold right now, we are in trouble. That is why I'm happy that aside exporting the raw gold, we have decided to do gold-board jewelries.
Yes.
So that we'll begin to add value. I said if I'm the president of Ghana, trade fair, I'll break the whole place down. I'll build the trade fair in the middle, the dome in the middle, and the entire space around it will be a gold jewelry market. So everybody wants to buy gold from anywhere in the world. Know that when it comes to Ghana, they go to trade fair.
Yeah.
People are there 24 hours selling gold. But here is the case: our people sit on planes to Dubai and India to go and buy gold jewelry to come and sell in Ghana. We are creating the jobs in those economies, not in our economy. So we should speed up more with the gold board jewelries, expand it, and try and get more private people to go into value addition to gold. Right. Because that is what is rising now. So the more you add value, the more money we make. We should do more of that. And then the other ones I mentioned, we should do it so that we'll be fixing the supply side of the problem.
You're right.
Well, so as a people, I think we should commit here and now that any future government that takes us back to the IMF for a bailout will be voted out. If we give that commitment and make that commitment and exact that from the politicians, trust me, we'll never return to the IMF. But what takes us back to the IMF? Indiscipline. Simple. In a layman's language, whenever we've gone to the IMF, it's because we've been financially, fiscally indisciplined.
Right.
Typical was the 18th one that we just exited. Every year, we're going to the capital market and we're getting over $3 billion. We're borrowing at a rate. But for some reason, we felt that was free money. So we were using them for things that could not pay for themselves. That's the worst loan you can take. A loan that you take for something that doesn't pay for itself is the worst loan you can take, even at the personal level. If you take a loan to pay for your rent, you have to do other things to raise that money to pay, right?
Yeah.
But if you take a loan to buy a car and give it out for transportation services, you expect that that money generated could help you repay the loan. So in economics and financial management, they tell you that when you borrow for capital expenditure, like we are talking about Accra-Kumasi Expressway, which will be tolled. So if you borrow, regardless of how much we're borrowing, and we execute that project, we can give ourselves 10 to 15 years. We can recover, repay the loan, and still make money.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we didn't do that. So it's the discipline that took us back to the IMF. And that's why I think the decision taken by this government to allow the IMF to say it's a masterstroke, right? So, first of all, the indignity of getting money from IMF is absent. Because, see, I had a teacher, an English teacher back in primary, Mr. Chiba for, of course, DHS. Then we had DSS, right? DSS. Yes. He's late now. And he was teaching us grammar. And he said, neither a lender nor a borrower be. We should go and find out what that means. We danced around, rack our brains, we could not. And he came back to tell us that it means borrowing, lending, none of them is good. Because if you give out money to somebody, chances are you will be disappointed. The person will not repay you, to give you headache. You'll be thinking, right? If you are going for money from somebody, there's indignity attached to it. So the ideal situation will be you being self-sustaining, right? You have your own means to survive. But we are not going for the money from the IMF, but the IMF will guide us, will still serve as our headmaster, right? And tell you that that's the decision you are taking. Even though I'm not giving you any monetary assistance.
Be very cautious.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's why I was specific about IMF bailout. For being member of the IMF, is there. We actually pay to be members of the IMF, right? So we pay our contribution. IMF is not like a private bank anywhere. It's a system that has been created by the world, properly so-called. and it is there to guide and then invest where necessary and come to the aid of countries when they are in trouble. But in return, the IMF is funded by the same member states. It's just like a UN.
Yeah.
Right. So Ghana will not, saying goodbye to IMF doesn't mean that we are no longer members of the IMF. No, we will be forever. But this time around, we went for a 3-year program for them to give us 3 billion Ghana cedis, $3 billion to come and save our economy because we could not manage our economy on our own. Simply put. And that's what we are saying, that we should never do that again. So we've taken lessons. Yes, pandemic will come. Ebola is lurking, right? But when those things come, when those externalities come, how do we on our own, having created enough buffers, manage to remain afloat without sinking? So, yes, it's good. The IMF is staying. I also cannot blame the MPP for taking some political advantage of the situation. But in the end, the MPP will be right. If the NDC is unable to deliver on its promises and decides to blame the IMF for it, then the MPP will be right. So, yes, there's a political capital to be made out of this, yes. But first of all, NDC is equally making a political capital out of the fact that, well, you took us to the IMF, we visited, and the assurance is that we are not going back there again. Yesterday in Parliament, and finally on this, the Speaker, Mahama the majority leader, related to the fact that Dr. Kisela Atufos and the Finance Minister is expected in Parliament for a policy direction briefing. Because we are done with the IMF now, we are on our own.
So are we headed?
But what is the way forward? And I think that's a welcoming development, where everybody will be carried along. That we are no longer under IMF, but these are tailor-made policies. This is where we are taking off, and this is our destination. So you carry everybody along. But like I said, for the first time in our history as a people, we should say never again and ensure that indeed it's never again going to the IMF, whether in a wheelbarrow, in an ambulance, in a wheelchair, or we are running there. When we say we are a sovereign nation, when as Kenufuriata said, this is where we draw the line and say, indeed, we're a sovereign nation, we are capable of managing our own affairs, as Dr. Kwame Nkrumah said. And indeed we can, if we use our resources judiciously.
Cliff, are you assured that, well, this is it? We're no longer going back to the IMF?
Policy coordination instrument.
Yes.
When I heard, I asked, what animal is that? And every summed it up. I'm not an economist. I won't pretend to be an economist. At least my O-level economics is still intact. Demand and supply. We have ceded our supply end to people in Thailand, China, Japan, US. And we are here forcing demand to give us what the supply end should naturally be providing for us. So when I said it, nurses, over 100,000 sitting at home. Not because all our hospitals are filled with nurses.
You can give them permission.
That is just one leg. If you borrow and you invest in hospitals, it is social spending. Because they will tell you health is wealth. And very difficult to calculate in terms of productivity. So if you borrow to build a hospital, it may not necessarily work to pay itself. But it's very, very important. We have a lot of pressing needs. Not want to, needs that we have not satisfied. So you see, you can take a decision to stress the system. But like Elvis said, it will come back to haunt you because after every 4 years, the people who desire those things or who require those things will tell you that we gave our power to you to help us address those challenges. So whether you put in place PCI or whatever, until you are doing the rare politique, the things that will give you the freedom, I can bet you we will go back to the IMF, because our worst form of IMF was under the economic recovery programs in the 80s. Very harsh, because those ones even led to the destruction of parastatals that could have worked to generate income on their own. The state fishing corporations, the Temafood specialities, the Temafood complex, the Sanyos, name them, the Abosu glass factories, all those entities came crashing down as a result of those days of the IMF and its conditionalities. And we have never recovered till date. Unfortunately, we keep on doing the same things because of what use? For how long have we been struggling to build a multipurpose dam in Pualugu?
Yeah.
How much is it? Even if it is $1 billion US, go around and look at the areas we have spent millions of dollars in over this short period. Why is nobody interested in committing huge sum of money into that particular dam? Because creation of that dam would have dealt with one end of the supply challenges, like Elvis was saying. Because that area alone, in terms of rice production, should be enough to have more than what we import. So clearly, every time we are exiting an IMF program, the indicators look so beautiful. In 2018 or 2019, when we're exiting, the indicators look superb. It took just the shutdown of the global economy for us to realize that we had built on sand and not on rock. Everything came crashing down. So the challenge is that for now, you may assume, I'm surprised IB was saying this, behind the scenes, the Minister of Finance MPs are not happy. Some of his ministers are not happy. It happened to Oforiata, it happened to Esetekpe. The Kwesibotre suffered it. People will talk about he being the longest serving Minister of Finance because for the 11 years there was no dissent because it was military. When we entered into democracy and then the reality dawned on him, by 1995, he had taken out of office. Because in democracy, there is a term where accountability is extracted from the ruling class. So the reality will dawn on us because over the past 1.5 years, I haven't seen any practical implementation of a policy that takes us out of the doldrums, beyond the paper niceties.
Regardless of what is happening at Gold Board?
But everything is happening, and yet today, pick a camera and go to the market. For the first time, cocoa prices came tumbling. We couldn't sustain the price. We have to reduce. And yet, all our economic indicators gives you a very beautiful picture. You understand? So like Evie said, whether PCI or CPI, what animal that is called, me, I don't know. But I can tell you on authority, if the trajectory on which we are is the same trajectory we are going to follow, I can bet you we will go back to the IMF because the rare areas. Why? A population of less than 2% of America's population feeds the whole world. And yet in our situation, you have more than 60% of your population trying to feed 35 million people and they can't do it. And yet we have professors, we have PhD holders in economics, always talking without solutions to our problems. Sincerely speaking, it looks good to exit the IMF. The question is, will your exit now allow you to employ over 100 and something thousand nurses that are at home? They are at home not because we don't need their services, but because we talk of the lack of fiscal space to accommodate them. We will be able to employ them, the teachers, not because we have no use for their services. But you see, those are important and critical areas. Other sectors must work in order to feed those areas. And those areas are the productive sectors. So if agriculture is booming, manufacturing is booming, naturally you will be able to extract enough taxes to be able to cater for the service sector, the social service sector. Because you can't quantify what a teacher adds to our economy.
No.
But it is very easy to write off the teacher, because if I ask you to put monetary value on what the teacher does, it will be very difficult for you to do that measurement. Unlike in a service sector where you say, oh, by producing one packet of peck biscuit, this is what it costs, this is how much government taxes and all that. And so we must begin to, because other than that, I'm telling you, we are going to see a lot more agitations on the streets over nurses, health professors who have not been employed, teachers who have not. And when it happens that way, unless you are irrational government, you will have to find way to accommodate. Once you begin to accommodate, it means you are going to balloon your expenditure at the bottom. And then as you go up, the revenue side begins to get narrow. And then before you realize, you are tumbling down. So, yes, it is nice, but like Evie said, where are we investing our money? Because if we have spent $1 billion in building Pualugu, because every government has spoken about it, by this time we should be completing the construction, knowing that over the next 2, 3, 4 years, the returns would have started coming in. And then we can say that, yes, we are firmed. Yes, gold board is doing well. But it's also because today gold prices are very high. And if you know how the masters of the global economy control this economy, the world economy, they know when to pull which plug and which commodity they decide to bring the prices down, knowing that it is going to affect a certain group of people. You understand? Unfortunately, we have not been able to navigate our way out of it. So, yes, PCI looks good. The indicators and everything looks good on paper. But until we address the supply end, as stated by Elvis, I can bet you within the next few years, we'll be contemplating going back to the IMF.
And we really hope that it doesn't come to that, because we know what happens when the IMF is in town. You cannot employ as much as you want to. You cannot spend as much as you want to. All these conditionalities. So, yes, that's that for us again. But then let's talk about our compatriots in South Africa. So yesterday was 21st of May.
Yes.
That was the date that they were promised that they would be evacuated to Ghana. And so we saw a statement that says that, well, 300 earlier, now the number has ballooned to 800. Yes. And so we need to put in place other mechanisms to be able to bring them. Some people are saying, well, government lied, government has failed on the promise, and we are leaving our people in harm's way. There are others who have also criticized how we put out information about our evacuation exercise. Others are also not happy with the fact that, look at the packages you are giving people who have decided to go out of the country for a living. Well, those of us who are here decided to stay to build the economy. We are not getting any incentives whatsoever. Ibrahim?
Yeah, the story of the prodigal son in the Bible, right? Okay, so it's quite interesting. But I think the BBC did us a lot of the service yesterday, right? because this whole conversation was triggered by the report put out by the BBC.
Yeah.
That there's a young man who showed up at the airport.
He's the only one who showed up.
Ostensibly to join the flight to Ghana. First of all, there was no flight. And there was no flight because our authorities had decided that, no, the numbers are swelling. There were other technical challenges that needed to be cleared. So let's do that first. By ignorant to the gentleman, he showed up.
Yeah.
And then once the BBC reporter spoke to him, that was the story. That the Ghanaians who had registered, and mind you, this was voluntary registration. Government of Ghana, through Ghana's High Commission in South Africa, decided to register people who want to voluntarily return. And that's on the back of the gentleman, the Baba, who was confronted by the South Africans, a reason why government had to intervene to relocate him. He's been brought back here, he's been settled, and he's doing much, much, much better than what he was when he was in South Africa. Kudos to the people who contributed to his settlement. It's great. And this we will single out Ibrahim Muhammad. Yeah, who single-handedly took this up to set him up. Yeah. He's now a cement dealer. Yeah. Right.
He has a hardware store.
Great.
So not just cement.
And a capital to support him.
200,000 Ghana cedis.
And I'm told that Ibrahim Muhammad has gone ahead to say that many of them should come and that they will be resettled. Right? Good. If others can join in, why not? See, we have rich people in Ghana, Joshua. See, because of how we are hiding, we think there's no money in Ghana. The people who have money have the money. They know where the money is, right? So if they can come together and pool resources and say, all the rich, so East Legon, rich people, your area, your rich people, the rich people there, and what have you, they come together,
I don't know why I saw that coming.
Pool resources together and say, let's resettle our compatriots in a much more dignified way. Why not? So the story is that the numbers have gone up to 800. And then I'm sure that it will go up again. So government will just have to take its time, procure or secure the chartered flight, and then bring them back, right? Yes, I've also had a conversation about the juicy packages. You see, we are here. We are not under attack. Because on the back of the store, are you under attack? Because you look at me some way. Are you under attack? We are not under attack.
You might make your point.
We are not under attack, right? But I think that, yes, let's resettle them. But the bigger picture is creating the enabling environment for us to develop, for us to live in a dignified way as a people. So we are not enticed by the goodies in countries like South Africa. Because they don't like it. They don't want us there for us to go. See, migration is a good thing. The US was built by migrants, or by immigrants, right? Spain is doing something beautiful. If you are in the country today and you are there illegally, they are legalizing your status. You know why? They want you to pay tax and help them build the economy, right? So where you are welcome, go. But in South Africa that you are not welcome, come back, if you may. But we will remember. We are telling the South Africans, see, we will remember. In all our dealings, we will remember. Because yesterday, I saw the same lady with that wig who triggered this whole happening. Gloating over the fact that the Ghanaians had been abandoned. And they showed up and then there was no flight. So Ghanaian authorities lied. And she's gloating over that. Right? Like I said, we will remember. I saw a very heartbreaking development of they massing up in front of the Somalian embassy. And using unprintable words against the embassy officials. This is where diplomacy has got into, where thugs can marshal forces and go to somebody's country, because in diplomatic circles, when you go to somebody's embassy, you are in that country. It's an election year, so there's very little that the authorities there can do. But after elections, we'll be here.
Cliff, South Africa, xenophobic attacks, missed flights.
On this whole so-called xenophobic thing, I don't want to be emotional about it, because I believe if I were South African, I would have supported that cause. Largely because I still can't wrap my head around. There's a reason why there are boundaries and borders. So if you want to enter into somebody's country, do it legally.
Absolutely.
regularize your stay and be in there. So for as long as the South Africans, their point is that they don't want illegal immigrants in their country. I don't want to be emotional.
You are qualifying it. They don't want immigrants. You see, they don't qualify it.
Well, I have listened to some of the commentaries.
Yes.
And the emphasis is on illegal.
Well, some of the commentary I've also listened to says, go back to your country and help your country to develop. So whether you are there legally or illegally, they say go back to your country. But they're not telling the Europeans to go back to their country. Yeah. They're not telling the Americans to go back to their country. Yeah. They're not telling the Asians to go back to their country.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So, well, the bus still stops with us. Today, we are showing that we have the capacity to resettle 1,000 more South Africans to live comfortably in their own country. The danger then is that if I had my own way, once others are coming, because when they come, they get the juicy resettlement packages, I will sneak into South Africa so that I can be brought back to come and enjoy part of the...
So if you get a flight today, you go to South Africa. And when the date is announced for evacuation, you join the evacuation.
I come back to enjoy the juicy whatever. Because how many barbers do we have in Accra who are finding it difficult to put body and soul together? And just because one of their own was confronted in South Africa, he comes, he gets cool 200,000 Ghana cedis with a hardware store. His life has transformed.
He's a CEO.
Dramatically. Clearly. You see, in the message, sometimes the truth hurts. Those young ladies may not be handling things all that well, but you see, they are communicating something to us. A beautiful country like Ghana. What should even be the motivation to desire to leave Ghana? If not mainly because of economic activities. And I've seen people joking. Sometimes we read some of those things, we laugh. Yeah. People writing letters to Donald Trump, asking him to ask his people to deny Ghanaian supporters who intend to travel to the US to go and watch the World Cup.
But that's not about this, though. That
well, you see, yes, we joke about it.
Yeah.
But indeed, truly, I can tell you more than 80% of people who would want to use that opportunity are may not necessarily be moving out because of the football.
But they knew that they accepted to host it, right? So it comes with it. It's a package.
Well,
right? It's a package.
So these are some of the things. I think we must begin to build a nation where when people decide to migrate, it will not be because the economic situation is what is compelling them. Because as for migration, things that the push and the pull factors are many.
Exactly.
What may pull me or push me out may not necessarily be what may push you or pull you in there. So you can't say you don't want migration. It's virtually impossible. If not, I don't think people will be spending millions of dollars trying to explore the Mars and the moon.
The moon, yeah.
Because the motivation is different. So clearly, this thing communicates a message. And beyond the fantastic job being done by our government and the foreign ministry, I think it also serves the opportunity for us to rethink. Because I'm not a fan of this settlement thing that is announced before the cameras. I see it as more of tokenism and to the a glorification of somebody or self-aggrandizement. I would rather we put in a holistic approach to how we develop and build the country so that we don't have, we have migrants everywhere, even in Nigeria, Togo, across. such that people will feel attracted to come back home on their own volition and come and join in the building of the economy. So yes, what may be is happening in South Africa may have its own downs. But if we look deep and critically at it, there are opportunities in there that may jolt us out of our slumber and begin to work for things to work for all of us.
Absolutely. Elvis is one of the people who's also been advocating strongly for us, sticking to what we are doing. Let's improve this country. He loves Ghana so much. He does a lot of travel, especially to South Africa as well.
Yeah.
But then he loves Ghana so much. Yeah. Elvis.
Well, the point is that the people went to South Africa because they think that they will get better opportunities over there. Mm-hmm. If nurses that we need in our hospitals, we can't employ them. Then what about those who don't have that automatic employment opportunity with the state? They'll all be looking for opportunities to go out there and see whether something will work for them. So going out to look for greener pastures is just normal. Everywhere in the world, people travel for opportunities. Ghana government acting to bring them back is indirect, is also in order.
Yeah.
They are our people. If they are stressed, if they are distressed, we have to rescue them. But I thought that the financial packages were rushed. I thought we could have waited, bring them back, do a better assessment of what they can do, and then see how best we can help them. Because see, we may give them money, but if we don't assist them on how to use that money well, they may use the same money to travel back to South Africa. You understand it? They may use the same money to travel back to South Africa. I say sometimes some of these things, I see that the earlier we build our country, the better for all of us.
Yeah.
Because this is an African country sacking Africans. Okay? This is not America or UK sacking black people who say it's discrimination. Mm-hmm. This is an African country sacking other African countries. And as I related earlier that now, almost everything that we'll be doing, people will see somewhere and know exactly whatever we are doing in a day. If we don't build our country, we'll have a big problem. Because if you look at countries around the world, Ghanaians are in almost every country in the world. So if we are not able to build something that will give confidence to the Ghanaians, we'll have a problem. Because I have also seen Ghanaians also demonstrating and asking that the Nigerians should leave the country. Mm-hmm. Ghanaians, we are saying that what South Africans are doing is wrong. But we have people in Ghana who are going on demonstration and saying Nigerians should leave Ghana. Mm. So we must begin to look at the world differently. That job opportunities are becoming limited everywhere in the world. Because now, a lot of things that have to be done by human beings are being done by machines.
Yeah.
So every country in the world now, unemployment is rising because they want people not to work. I don't know whether you have heard about universal income. The plan of tech giants is that the time will come, no human being should work.
Yeah.
And the robots will do the work and they will use the money to pay us. They call it universal income. Yeah. It's part of the control grid, how they can control you. So the way we are all running into digitization so fast, if we don't really look at the other side of the digitization agenda, we will do the digitization, but what will happen is that it will get a lot of people out of jobs. And it will not be only in Ghana, it's every country in the world. So if Ghanaians are saying Nigerians should leave, South Africans are saying Ghanaians and Nigerians should leave, other countries are doing the same. If you don't build your country, you can bring your people back home and they will get good job opportunities, we will be overwhelmed at a point. We'll be overwhelmed.
Right.
when countries begin to sack people in masses because of jobs and Ghanaians are coming back, those who are here don't have the jobs. And then we are bringing more people. Question, how do you have the jobs? As I be saying, 800 people. That's a lot.
That's as at yesterday.
That's a lot.
So there's a likelihood that the numbers would even increase.
That's a lot. They're going to
800. We have nurses at home, no employment. Pharmacists at home, no employment. Doctors at home, no employment. These are even professionals, okay? But because we can't find the money to pay salaries, we are not employing. Most of these guys that travel, most of them have no skill. Some of them go there and they go and learn barbering. Some basic things is what they do. So if we are finding it difficult to employ the professionals who have gone to school, completed. We need them, but we don't have the money to hire them. And now we are bringing unskilled people, and they want to be giving them packages. We'll run into difficulty.
Right.
We'll run into serious difficulty.
Right.
That is why all of us must press the government to start fixing our problems from the supply side.
Okay.
Because then that is where jobs are created. Now, when you are solving it from the demand side, you're only creating jobs in another person's country.
Yeah.
And that is not good for us.
Right.
So we must all commit. We must all press the government and say, Ghana is for all of us. In the next 10, 15, 20 years, there will be so many people that will be unemployed, even professionals. Because there are countries now that are testing robots as lawyers.
Right.
Some are testing robots as teachers. Some are testing robots as nurses. A lot is going on.
Yeah.
So if we don't act fast, I tell you that we'll be overcome by events. We'll be overtaken by events to the point where even when people are being sacked, we can't say they should come. Because they will be overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Because there will be no opportunity for them.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Ibrahim Mama has done something that is commendable.
Yeah.
And as I said, there are so many rich people in this country. It's about how government relates to these people. Government cannot create the jobs. That is a fact. So government should be looking up to how it can work with the private sector to create the needed jobs.
Absolutely.
And give them the kind of incentives that will make production here more affordable. That will employ the people here and will not be running outside the country.
Yeah.
I have said,
Yeah.
anybody who has no skill running to a brochery, you have done him a lot of good. Because those who are professional self are not being employed. So what about him who is not employed?
Anyway.
And I want us to also look at vocational skills. Today we sit in this country, we all agree that when it comes to POP, when it comes to Thailand and the rest, Togo and Benin have trained their youth so well that they do it and do it so well that we all are using them for our projects. The question is why is that government of Ghana is unable to come up with a plan to retrain artisans and bring them to the standards that the Togolese and Beninois are. That is a big way of creating jobs.
Vera. Well, so that's Elvis Darko, managing editor for the News Center newspaper. And then you also heard from Cliff Okufo, who is chief reporter at the Times New Times Corporation, and Ibrahim Al-Hassan, head of political affairs here at EIB Network. I would like to say good morning also to the CEO of Legacy Life Choices International, Divine Kwamnajakba. He's watching this morning, and they are producers of Legacy Coffee, which is the coffee that works for you and not against you. And that's how I'm getting my body to be refreshed and also in shape, because we are really stressed, we are really tired, but Legacy Life makes sure that the coffee keeps us up and keeps us working well for you. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. On with us, this is still GA Today here on GH1 television, and we're talking about how people are not getting the right skills, how people are unemployed, and one of the things that all of this brings is mental stress. It has so much impact. I mean, I was telling someone that for those who you see us working every morning, even we are battling with mental issues. So imagine a young man who is out of school and for years has not been able to find a job. Imagine the weight and the pressure on such a person. And so our next topic is basically touching on mental health and, of course, your career path, your employment, and all of those issues. And grateful that we have some wonderful people in the studio to help us with that conversation. Reverend Isaac Nkansa is head of the To See Counseling and Wellness Consult. He's also a trained and certified licensed counselor. He'll be talking to us about that shortly. But he's not here alone. He's also here with the vice principal of To See Institute, Wisdom Kodjo. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Absolutely. And for Reverend, this is the second time we are having you here.
Yeah.
It's a great one. Nice to have you again.
Nice having you too.
But let's talk about mental health or mental wellness and the issue of employment. What's the relationship there?
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, so first of all, I would like to thank you and then your viewers for the opportunity. Yeah, so mental health, I think it's also the mental health month.
Absolutely, in the month of May.
So we've been doing the broadcast here and there and then all that, creating the awareness and all that, yeah. So mental health, simply put, we say is for the state of well-being of a person. Yeah, but in the case where sometimes the individual lacks some form of employment, it becomes very deteriorating. Mm-hmm. Yes, especially we know the pressures that on daily basis we have in our system, or let me say as a nation. Yes. Yeah. So if you're a family man and then your career isn't that solid, it even makes your confidence level to diminish. Yes. So the connection is that if a person lacks employability, it really makes the individual not to find themselves as they ought to, especially even belonging to the social setting. For instance, you get to a program where someone would want to know, what are you doing? And all those things comes as
old school reunion. You meet your old mates.
Exactly. You see, and it makes you, not to be that confident to come out of yourself and all that. So it's very, very imperative that we echo this thing called mental health and how the individual can find themselves in the place of employment.
Interesting. And Wisdom, talking about the same issue, and we look at youth unemployment rate, it's skyrocketing. So year on year, we have people graduating from the schools. In fact, the universities are churning out thousands of people. Some will tell you that for about 5-6 years after completing school, they have no employment. Yeah. What are some of, at the Institute, you've been speaking to such people, what are some of the consequences that this has on them when it comes to basically their mental health?
Well, thank you very much, and it's good to be here for the first time.
Right.
Now, when it comes to employability and employment issues, I think a lot of times because of how we limit the discussion to someone having a job role, I've been employed into a role as a manager, as a teacher and all. People are looking for such opportunities, and so when they are not able to get it, then they are not able to do any other thing. And when you look at the definition of mental health according to the World Health Organization, there are three key components of productivity, fruitfulness, and then contribution to society, and then your abilities that you have. So you are able to have a sound mental health if you, number one, accept yourself, you have dissatisfaction with who you are and all. But then knowing your personal abilities is important. Being able to be productive and fruitful and contribute is important. So when it comes to us being employed, there's a contribution we are able to make out of that. And if you are not making any contribution, then it affects you. People are stressed out, people are anxious, people are, going through issues of depression because there's a lot of pressure to also bring something to the table, financially and all that. And they are not able to do so because they either are not able to put their skills to work to earn something or make some contributions that will help them to go through every day. And so you talk to many of our colleagues, young people who are not working, whether in a certain formal sector or informal sector, the everyday pressure of wanting to contribute to their own lives, their families, and to others, and not being able to do that, puts a lot of stress on them. And, it can be very difficult.
Interesting. And Reverend, he mentions that people look at employment only as being in a role. There are young entrepreneurs as well who have started out. And I know people who are doing what they're doing currently, not because they love the job they're doing, not because they find fulfillment in it, but because it puts food on the table. So how do you find satisfaction in a job you're doing so that at least it reduces your mental stress? Because people are earning money, so much money, yet mentally they are not okay.
Yeah, okay. So thank you. That is because we downplay the aspect of personality. Yes, because before anyone can have their career satisfaction, there is a need to come to understand who you are. Because lots of people have actually been in some job employment or in some areas where they had to even mess up and they got fired. Because their personality didn't permit them to be in that area. For instance, someone can say, maybe a parent can say, oh, I want my son or my daughter to become a lawyer, just because the way the lawyers, portray themselves, and that is just a flimsy reason. Please, do you get it?
Yes.
Yeah, but if you look at the person's personality and what they are capable of doing, probably is around getting a skill work. Maybe lawyer, becoming a footballer or something. But we have told everything or narrowed everything to the fact that you should be in the formal setting before you can. That is why I like the introduction of this TVET and then the STEM courses and all that. It's really going to help us as a nation.
Right.
Yes. So if the person does not find himself, or we do not make the person accept who they are before we connect them to their career, they will end up making the money and all that, but they wouldn't have satisfaction.
So personality plays a very key role in the job that you get to do.
Yes, please. It does.
Wow.
It does, because, so for instance, we have a test that we do, we administer on, clients that comes to us in terms of career and what they want to do and all that. And sometimes the test can, bring out the fact that you are a nurse, but you should have been maybe a fashion designer.
Right.
That is why sometimes in our days you can find a nurse, maybe you go to the hospital and then a woman is in labor, and you find themselves, some of them fidgeting with their phones and all that. You see, so you could tell that at that point the person has something we call a realistic character or trait instead of a social personality.
Right.
Yes. So if that becomes very dominant, you will see that instead of they doing A, they will rather be doing the other thing. And then it will also bring about you getting fired and then increase the rate of what? Unemployment. And the other thing I want to add is that I would plead with the education service that it's about time we need to let the learners in the classroom know that it's not only about you going through, it's not only about I'm working for the government to employ me. Please, do you get it? Yes. I'm learning, or I'm going to school for, the government to employ me or something. We should let them know that the education aspect of it is helping you to find yourself when you get into the public space. Finding yourself in the sense that if I'm not able to secure employment from the public sector, the knowledge I've acquired, I should be able to at least do some skill work.
Absolutely.
Diversify. So that, for instance, I'll use myself as an example. I think when I completed uni, I sat home for about 3 years. But I had acquired the skill of playing the piano, the keyboard, let me put it that way. And it will surprise you that in the space of about 1 year, the playing of the piano was what was keeping me, going and coming, giving me the livelihood and all that.
So you had to discover that.
I had to discover that.
We don't do that a lot. We are waiting for the formal employment based on what we've learned in school.
You see?
Right.
So sometimes you are in school.
Right.
You can learn bead making, some skills, so that at the end of the day, even if you secure a public office employment, let me put it that way, you can also use that aspect of the skill to also better your life.
Yeah, MCing brings a lot of money sometimes. But let me come to you in terms of managing stress, issues of stress when it comes to people and the jobs they do. What are some of the options available?
Well, I think it starts off with the mindset we have. There are times where, even talking about personality, your personality orientation may not fit the work environment, the job role you are in and all. But if you understand that there are ways I can make use of who I am to still be able to make what I do better. For example, there are people that are realistic, meaning they like practical work, hands-on work and all. But you find yourself working in a hospital environment where maybe social people may be more, empathetic and all. But there are practical things on the job that you can bring on. There may be things within the ward that may not be looking right. The lights and all that can help, the patients feel better.
Right.
You can contribute your knowledge and your special, orientation in being able to fix certain things within that workplace. So that although I'm in that environment and it's not where I want to be, what naturally I'm drawn to, I'm still trying to apply it in the work environment. So in the end, although I'm not where I want to be, I can still find some little sense of satisfaction there, because no matter what you do, that is what is putting food on your table. So the mindset is very important. I remember there was one particular case. The gentleman was in the hospital space and he was just, trying to do things that will make the supervisor, the boss, know that I don't want to be here, until he came for a session. We had interactions with him and helped him to understand that this is where you are now.
Right.
It's important to embrace the fact that this is where I am, in the here and now. In this moment, I find myself in this unit, the pharmacy unit. How can I make the best out of it?
Right.
And when I leave, I can then move into where I want to be. So it starts with our mindset, having the right orientation. When I accept where I am, the job role I'm in, the occupation, whatever I'm doing. If I wanted to be a doctor, my parents forced me to become a lawyer. In law, there may be things I may be doing beyond that, where I can be taking some courses in the health environment and all that, once I have gained my law, profession and I'm working towards it. So the acceptance is important. The mental orientation is important. Then number 2 is to learn more about what you are doing. Sometimes when you lack the skills, you lack the knowledge, it puts a lot of pressure on you. You are not competent enough. So it's like you are stressed, because when they give you the work to do, you struggle. But the more you learn, then YouTube is there. There are a lot of resources around. One of the things that can help you, when you know what you are about, the stress levels are lower. It's like someone who knows they are good they know their subject.
They don't stress about
you
it.
know, so it's important to learn
Absolutely.
and get better and better. It helps you.
Fantastic.
If not, you may be where you want to be, but you will struggle with your...
Absolutely. And Rev, I'll give you the final word. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. But what role does counseling play in being able to identify a career path, and so that at least we don't get into the jobs and we are always stressed?
Okay, so back to personality again. That is one of the tools we use to help individuals who are finding challenges with the right career path to toe on here. So if we let you know that, okay, this is you, but this is what the test, you think you are this, but this is what the test has, the findings have brought. So we give you the, what do we call it? The counseling based on the test results.
Absolutely.
So that you can make an informed decision. Okay, you are fine. You have a trait of A, B, and C, but you are not that. This is where you are. But in a nutshell, if you are able to combine the two, but focus on where you are dominated, you are going to have. So if we do some of these things, and the client takes that in good faith, it really helps them. We have countless testimonies to that effect. Yes. So that's the very first thing that counseling plays, that we will let you know who you are. Yes, it's very, very important. People think they know who they are, but it is not it. And then secondly, the other thing I want to also stress on is the fact that we have positive counseling. Okay. This is the case where even if I secure unemployment today, I should still seek counseling.
Right.
So if I'm saying that is to mean that...
So you don't only seek counseling when things are going bad?
No.
Even when they are going right, it's important to get some counsel. Right.
Just so that I'll be able to do the right thing to maintain the job.
Right.
Please do get it. But a lot of time we feel that, for counseling it's only people who have problems and all that. No, sometimes you taking that step to see a counselor. I'm a newly married person. My marriage is going on well, but I still need some counseling, some guidance, so that at the end of the day, it won't go the other way around for me to, be found wanting.
Right.
Yes. So these two things, I think...
Very important.
Yeah,
I know I said that's the final word, but if for people who want to also reach out to get to speak to you and all of that, how can they reach out to see?
So to see, we are at Oyarifa, Oyarifa Kotam. When you're on your way to Ibri, when you get to Oyarifa, the taxi rank, on the map you can search for To See, Tucee. If you type To See, you see To See Institute, To See Organization, or To See Hub. It will bring you there. When you get to Penfield Primary School, it will bring you there. On Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, To See, you'll find us over there.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. And my regards to Doc. Sure. Yeah, she was here the other time, so please give my regards to her. All right, so it's very important that you get to identify your personality. It's very important to seek counseling to be able to make informed choices to reduce your stress level as well. And that's the message you're getting from To See Organization or To See Institute in the month of May, which is Mental Awareness Month as well. And so thank you so much, Reverend Isaac Nkansa, Head of To See Counseling and Wellness Consult, and Wisdom Kodjo, who is the Vice Principal of To See Institute. It's been a pleasure. I like this conversation. I think we should post it more for people to see. Yes.
Because one thing that parents must know is that the new curriculum at the senior high school and senior high technical levels make room for you to be able to navigate your career options. So it's not as rigid as before. So I can be a business student and I'm picking some electives from areas like those that are doing, the visual and performing arts and all that. So maybe we may want to have some conversation.
I think definitely we'll have to do that.
And the very last thing, please forgive me. So as part of the sensitization program we are having for the year, and since it's the mental health month, we are climaxing that with a free street mental health screening.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
When is that happening?
30th of May.
Okay, that's Saturday.
Saturday.
Right.
Yeah, so we want everyone, if you are listening to us, take advantage of this opportunity. It is happening at the Legon campus around the Ekwafo area.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So please take the advantage and then come get screened. We have professionals that will also help you with some other health matters. Yeah.
30th of May, we are all going to University of Ghana campus. We're getting screened and free mental health screening as well. And remember, drive away that stigma. Get yourself screened now. It's better now than later. All right, so we'll be right back after this break with more conversations for you. Kindly stay with us. So much. It looks like a lot of in fact, our topics today are really interconnected. So if you've stayed with us from the beginning, you realize that one interview flows into the other. A lot of people are stressed. Why? Because of housing. Recently, we've talked about affordable housing. How affordable are the affordable housing? Every government keeps promising that we're going to fix the housing deficit. Recently, we saw the chief rent officer, totally going crazy over the issues of rent in this country because it's so much. How many of you really know or believe that you'll be able to buy a house for yourself or build one by the time you retire? Some people use their retirement packages to start. That's because the housing situation in this country and as well as other African nations is not something that we are extremely happy about. But we're having a conversation on that with a woman who clearly knows her stuff when it comes to real estate and housing. Nataki Kambon is my guest. She's an entrepreneur and a real estate reformer. Nataki, welcome.
Thank you.
I hope you're doing very well.
I'm doing okay. A lot going on, like you said. Talking about mental health, talking about AI taking over, and now talking about are we even going to be able to find a place to live?
A roof over our heads when we get it all right. But talking about the housing situation, in fact, we have a deficit of, I'm sure very soon we'll get to 12 million in this country. With you being a real estate reformer, what do you think primarily is the situation with our housing as it stands?
So the situation with the housing as it stands is that we have an industry that was previously unregulated. There are attempts now to regulate it through REAC, and even as you said, Mr. Opoku is trying to do some things with rent control. But because it has been unregulated for decades, what you've seen is, unfortunately, opportunists trying to get the most money as possible from the real estate industry. And it's not unique to Ghana, but Ghana is seeing the impact. What we're seeing is people who build, whether they're contractors, whether they're doing off-plan or whatever it is, and real estate agents and brokers are incentivized, if they're just following a capitalistic model, to get as much money as possible out of every deal.
Right.
And so what you've seen is real estate in Ghana that maybe once was 5,000 CDs is now $100,000.
Absolutely.
And it's unsustainable. And when we look at what sustainable housing looks like, when we look at what sustainable markets look like, the housing market is supposed to flow in pace with the employment market. And so you just had a guest, Mr. Elvis, talk about the lack of jobs. Then you had another guest talk about the mental health because people aren't finding jobs and then they're not finding jobs in line with their passion. And now there's all this unemployment, and we're finding a real estate market that is outpacing the salaries of the Ghanaians who live here, and now targeting foreigners and historic diasporans at paces that even outpace our income. So, and I'm saying I'm both Ghanaian and historic diasporan, but the average black person from the UK or Canada or the Caribbean or the United States doesn't make as much money as their white counterpart. Right. And a lot of them are coming here with their entire life savings. And because of the housing market, people are like, oh, we want you to invest in Ghana.
Yeah.
But they're finding that they're not being told about the affordable houses. They're being told, oh, come buy this house for $200,000, $500,000, $700,000. And they didn't make that in from where they came from.
Yes.
But now they're trying to find it just so they can be here. And so there's this major disconnect, and it's creating a place where we're finding a lot of Ghanaians. I have conversations every day.
So it's a problem for even diaspora and investment. We are making a case that we want to see more people from the diaspora come back to the motherland, come back to Ghana, come and invest in the country. Yes. But you're saying that even how we are pricing is a disincentive to this drive that we seem to be championing?
Yes, because you have people who are spending so much on housing that they were like, well, I was going to start a business and I was going to build a house, but now everything's going into the house. Right. So they're not creating that business, which means they're not creating those jobs. So to Mr. Elvis's point, yes, AI can take over because who's doing the jobs? Nobody can afford to hire anybody. To your last guest's point, you're seeing the mental health issues because people are coming and everybody's raising these housing prices, and now no one can, I hear young people all the time. People are like, I'm going to college to do what? There's not going to be a job. Even if I try to be an entrepreneur, how will I afford the rent in the place if all of the places that are that are available for rent for commercial space are too high, or they're so low that it's not something that would create a sustainable business? Absolutely. It would be more like a hustle. Yeah. And if I was going to hustle and just have a small shop,
why go to school?
That's
a very big problem. Most of us have not thought about it in that manner as to the ripple effect of the pricing of housing in this country. But then those who also argue for that say that, well, we have a market where prices are constantly increasing. Prices for labor is increasing. Prices for the material that we use is also increasing. So how do you expect us to price our housing units?
Well, I think it also depends on where you're sourcing materials. And this also ties back to how are we thinking about investing in Ghana? Because there are people making doors in Aburi. There are people making all different kinds of things in Ghana. But if you decide that, well, I have to buy the doors from Turkey, who said the doors from Turkey are better than the hand-carved doors in Ghana? So some of the prices are overly inflated because people have decided that Ghanaian things are local and they're not good. So we also need the mindset shift because when we start sourcing things in Ghana, we find that building a house is much more affordable.
So the housing crisis, what really is the way forward, especially for the diasporans?
Yeah, well, I think first looking at it as not just a way for the diasporans. Many of us, some people are coming for different reasons, but many of us are coming because we don't want to be separated from Ghanaians. We're coming to build, literally, theoretically and physically build with Ghanaians. And so if we just solve the problem for the diasporans, then that doesn't help Ghanaian-born Ghanaians.
Right.
So we need to look at it from a holistic standpoint. One, I think we have to have people who are in the industry, who have integrity, who are making sure that things are done the right way. We have places like the Ghana Institute of Surveyors who can do valuations on these properties. We know that some of these are priced so high above what is realistic and what the market would realistically bear. And then also going back to rent control, when the rental prices are astronomical. I just talked to someone who's moving to Ghana in July, and he said the prices that he's being quoted are between $800 and $3,000 a month. Right? Now where? Right? But if you involve rent control, which is now which is now implementing systems where the landlords have to register, they have to have that property evaluated, and they can't just make up numbers. They can't just get their entire investment back in 1 year. That's not the way that
but that's
real
the
estate
thing.
investment.
The law actually says that it should be done in such a way that even before you go into rent a property, there should be someone who evaluate the property and say, well, based on the location and the amenities available, this is how much the landlord should charge. But then the problem has always been implementation. Do we need policy direction in that regard?
Well, again, the policy is there, and that's why I'm excited rent control even exists. I heard your guest. He is not playing. I like him so much. The enforcement is there, but I think the people also have to support. I've been in Ghana. I live here. People are like, oh, when are you going back? I live here. I only live in Ghana. But we have to have some faith and also support. Because you can't say, oh, this is a problem, but then when someone from rent control tries to enforce, you say, this is not how we do it in Ghana.
Yeah.
And we hear that a lot. When people try and enforce things that will help everyone, because you don't like how it impacts you, you say it's not how we do it.
Yeah.
So we need to also be on board with the people who are trying to make things better for all of us.
Because the argument also is that, well, government did not give me any incentive to build or put up the property. Why should government determine how much I charge for my property?
Well, I mean, but that's the case in every market. Most governments don't incentivize people. Like if you're doing a major development project, maybe you'll get some incentives, but you don't get to decide what laws apply to you based on how you feel about it. So just because you don't have incentives doesn't mean you don't do the right thing. I gave the example earlier when I was talking to Mr. Elvis. I said, just because you have a Ferrari and that car can go super fast doesn't mean that you have to, that you
Step
can
on the gas and
ignore
make sure it
the
goes all
laws
the way.
about how fast you go on the, Timor motorway. So the laws apply to everyone. And what we've seen in the housing market is people say, I'm going to charge as much as I can.
Yeah.
And even on the real estate agent and broker side, what we've seen is I've talked to so many homeowners who said, oh, I put my property with a broker or an agent. And I came to find out later that there was someone who offered less, and I wasn't told about it because the agent would have lost the commission. So they've been sitting on the property, not showing it, or not telling me about people. So the market is not even being driven by fair market. It's being really controlled by some of the...
So the agents and brokers are also a contributing factor to why we're seeing the prices going the way they are?
They're the major contributing factors.
Wow.
Because if I'm an agent and a broker and I work based on commission, and I only care about my commission, I don't care about Ghana's housing market, I don't care about you or your house or how much you're spending, and I just care about, I want to get the most commission possible. I recently, in October, met a woman who said, I'm only selling $1 million houses. I'm not selling anything else. Wow. Now, where in Ghana is she trying to do this? And if she makes an entire career over this, and people have really, in my opinion, exploited the concept of luxury housing. Some of the luxury housing, I used to own a construction company in the U.S. I'm not in that, not trying to be in that anymore.
Right.
But a lot of what people say is luxury housing is just some fancy lights and some granite countertops and not much else, built on almost paper. Like, these are not solid structures. They're not structures that will last for generations. They're not necessarily well built. And even the ones that are, what is the true valuation of those properties? So we do have to put a lot on the shoulders of the real estate agents and brokers. Not all of them, but there are a lot of bad actors in the industry. And we need to look at it from the standpoint of, how are we creating this market so that your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren can afford to even live in Accra?
Absolutely.
And some of these areas that are being called, peri-urban areas are becoming areas where in the future, there might not be people who look like us living here. And I don't know if I can elaborate on that if we have time.
Yes, briefly, because we are running out of time.
Yes,
but just elaborate on that, and then also add, for the young man, young woman watching this, or someone watching this from outside the country wants to come into the country, wants to settle here, what they should always be looking out for. Yeah,
I just point out all the time, it wasn't it wasn't from a real estate perspective, but when we look at places like Australia that were once 100% black, and they were taken over by white people, and now they're primarily white countries. Yeah. We know this can happen. This was within the last 100 years that happened. But then I gave the example recently about Brooklyn, New York, and Washington, D.C. Yeah. There are all of these metropolitan areas in the United States that were predominantly black. 78% black, that are now 78% black, and now they're like 40 and 30 and 20% black, because what happened there is what's happening in Accra right now. What happened there is Europeans came in and they said, this your area, it's so cheap, and then it devalued the property. So they were able to buy the property cheap. So 10 years ago, 7 years ago, property was cheap. Yeah. Then they come in and they raise the prices higher than anyone locally can afford. Then they buy up all the housing and all the land from the elders and the people dying. Here you have chiefs and kings and elders dying off. And then someone comes in and they raise the price. And then locals can't afford. And so that's what's happening. I was born in Brooklyn, New York. The house that I was born in was $100,000 when my parents sold it. It's now, I think, $4.3 million. Wow. Wow. Even the above average, the middle class black person in the United States will never be able to do this. And you also have people who say, if I sold my house today in the U.S., I would not be able to afford it back at the current rate that they've done it. So you have massive black housing and land loss in the United States, where I think it was like 40% of black homeowners home ownership dropped within the last several years, and we're seeing that in Accra. How much of Accra is actually owned by Ghanaians? So if we don't do something about this market,
in about a decade, you and I will not see people like us in Accra any longer.
Right, and aren't we seeing areas of Accra with
they
people
are.
walking their dogs? And so we always joke about gentrification is what it's called when others move in and do this. And the big indicator of gentrification in the United States is they say when you see the blonde ponytail running down the street with their dog, you know that you're about to lose your community. And how many neighborhoods are we seeing that in Accra? And now in Oyarifa, and now in Oburi, and now in Kumasi, and all of these areas. So this is a major global, a major national issue, and we have to address it before Ghana is no longer owned and controlled by Ghanaians.
Wow. That's deep. I've never thought about it this way. And I think that this brings a whole new perspective to the housing conversation. So it's not just about affordability and people getting roofs over their head, but it's also about preserving who we are and getting our people show up.
Right. So I would just land on the answer is we need real estate agents and brokers with integrity who understand the implications of their decisions. We need people who are plugging into rent control and making sure that landlords who are mainly investors are charging at affordable rates. We need to make sure that tenants are doing the right thing. We also recognize there are some people who have properties, but then the tenants don't do the right thing.
Absolutely.
And then we do need to make sure that there are policies in place that ensure that Ghana and the Ghana real estate market actually favors both Ghanaians and the historic diasporans who want to make Ghana a better place for all of us.
Wow. Ntake, this has been an eye-opener for me. I've enjoyed it so much. And I think that we should have another time to have more conversations on the housing sector, because I like the perspectives you bring to bear. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Well, that's Ntake Kamban. She's a real estate reformer. She's an entrepreneur as well. And you can clearly get from her thoughts where her heart really is with the land as well. So we'll take a breather. We've got more lined up for you. Kindly stay with us. I think Arsenal fans are a lot more excited because they have a trophy after 22 years to also boast with. So they're getting ready for the World Cup to support their individual countries as well. And so if you're one of these excited people, you want to get to the United States of America, to Canada, to Mexico to watch the World Cup in person. But then the challenge is that you have seen a lot of people cry about how they've been denied visas. For others, they've been scammed by people who say they can help them facilitate that trip to the United States of America. Well, BP Soul Travel and Tour says bring all the hassle, leave that hassle to them in terms of your accommodation, your visa, your flight ticketing, your match day tickets, the routes and all of those things. Bring all the hassle to them so that you can focus on what matters, which is to be able to get your strength, pack your jersey, your vuvuzela, your whistle, all the things that would make you represent the Black Stars of Ghana at the World Cup. And all you need to do is to choose any of the amazing packages. They've got 3. And let me quickly run you through those 3 packages. The Match Plus package, which is just $9,500 US, the full Ghana route for $13,700, or the executive package, which is just pegged at $15,100 US. That's all you need to pay. And then they take on all the issues with regards to visa support, flights, accommodation, match day access, airport pickup, full travel insurance, all of that in one package. So just call 0501 958 558 or 0501 981 285. Alternatively, you can just look up www.bpsoultravels.com and be on your way to support the Black Stars of Ghana. And while we are doing that, it's very crucial for us to always bear in mind that anytime that you see an accident scene that involves a fuel tanker, sometimes the instinct is that, oh, Charlie, some cool cash. Yesterday, there was a train that was derailed by some herd of cattle. So one of the cows got knocked down and people rushed to the scene because they wanted meat. And I'm asking myself, what if something happens to you? And that's what we do when we see fuel tankers that fall over the roadsides and all of that. We are rushing there to siphon fuel. Mind you, you've been inhaling chemicals into your body system that are not supposed to be there. And in the unlikely event that there's a flame that is ignited, you could get burned or even worse, die. Now, the big question I want you to ask yourself this morning, was that fuel, the gallons of fuel that you were going to siphon, will that ever be worth your life? Your life is certainly worth more than that. And so please, when you see any of these accident scenes that involve fuel tankers, the instinct should rather be to call the Ghana National Fire Service, the Ghana Police Service, so that they get to the scene, secure the scene, and save yourself from either burns or death. If you don't die, you don't get burned and you survive, you'll still have issues with the petrochemicals, getting into your lungs and all of that. The last time the doctor told us, these things can bring about some cancers that you don't want to have in your life. And so you can also contact the National Petroleum Authority's contact center on 0302 550 380. And the Save a Life campaign is from the National Petroleum Authority.
SA.
II.
So, Nyama Statistics and AI Institute.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. And Dr. David Mensah is one of my deputies.
Fantastic.
He is in charge of statistics and statistics related. A human being will take 14 days to do. AI can do it in a second. So you see the number of days you will be saving if you use or you deploy AI efficiently. Sometimes we don't know how to deploy it well, and that is where we have a challenge. But thank God, we have academics who make use of these tools and they incorporate it in their teaching, and the philosophy is actually gradually changing towards a better Ghana, a better future for Africa, and we can also compete in the global space.
Well, there are some, Doc, who have said that AI has made people lazy and is actually taking away critical thinking. From your perspective, how do you respond to that?
It depends on one's perspective of the whole scenario, but AI has not made me lazy. One has to be innovative in the use of AI. It is what you have in mind that you can use AI to produce. So, from my perspective, for these reasons, AI cannot make one lazy. It depends on how one looks at it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's just like having fire. If you decide to make it burn you, that's up to you. If you decide to use it for something, it's all up to you. Okay, Prof, let's talk about the center, because I'm excited about it. The Insoa Nyama Statistics and AI Institute at South Shore University College. Talk to me about the center.
Yeah, so the center was actually set up in honor of the current president of South Shore University, Professor Insoa Nyama. And this professor is actually a colossus of knowledge, statistical knowledge. He's there. And so they set up this center to replicate the good things he has done. Remember, Professor Insoa Nyama was a rector at Kumasi Technical University. He, proud to that, he was working with Ghana Statistical Service as a deputy at some point, and then he became the substantive in charge. So he has seen it all. He has seen data. He has seen how we can use machines to work with data. And so this center was set up primarily to replicate what he has done in public service and in education. And that is what we stand out for. We in South Shore are not just an educational institution. South Shore stands for two things. The word South and the word Shore. The South means that we belong to the global South. Okay, Africa belongs to the global South. We've always been relegated to the downwards, that, Africa, third world country, and so on and so forth. But we are also embracing AI to make sure that we can globally compete with the North. And Shore, as you see, is where things gather. Okay, so we are using Shore in two ways. We are expecting people from the diaspora who would also be like-minded thinking
like the way we do, so that they join us in training our students. We have faculty members from MIT, faculty members from Oxford, and all the like, who have joined us to train our students. So you see that this is a local program, but in fact, you are getting everything that when you travel outside to any of the Middle East or any of the advanced countries, whatever you will get, you would get it right here.
Wow.
And that is what South Shore stands for. And two, we want to train our students in such a way that they can globally compete. Not that they will compete in Africa alone.
So locally made, but globally competitive.
Yeah, right. Being globally competitive means that whatever a student in MIT can do, a student from South Shore would even do better.
Wow.
That is what we mean by globally compete. And we are open-minded to learn more things. And so we have actually embraced AI. We are one of the institutions that use the blended learning, which is virtual as well as face-to-face.
Right.
We are one main institution in Ghana that has actually...
Quite interesting hearing that from you, Prof. But Doc, talk to me about statistics and AI, blending that, and also what gaps they would fill. Because there are, I know that when it comes to the job market, there are a lot of requirements as well. People are required to fill this. Look, but unfortunately, we've not been able to train as much people who have that competence. So talk to me about what South Shore is doing in terms of statistics and AI at the Institute.
Thank you. Specifically, before I even hit that, let me take this opportunity to, really appreciate Professor Hammond, the chairman of South Shore University, and then Professor Nsoa Nuyama, the president of South Shore University. It was through them that I have this opportunity to represent the university. Indeed, there is a lot of gaps in industry. Okay, when we talk of marketing, for instance, there is so much we stand to provide and contribute, partnering with businesses to tailor marketing campaigns, for instance, to target specific customer segments. When it comes to the financial sector, for instance, we can, we have solutions that we, have in place to partner with the banking sector to provide services such as credit scoring, their customer profiling for credit worthiness and what have you, and risk assessment, personal financial planning and the rest. In the manufacturing sector, we have very efficient and quality solutions to develop algorithms for predictive maintenance, resource allocation, efficient use of resources, and what have you. In agriculture, we have solutions that we stand to, provide to optimize farming practices in the efficient use of logistics and resources and what have you. So there is so much.
So like basically every key sector. There's the need.
That's right. Wow. That's right. And these are things we impart into our students, particularly the MPhil, the Masters and PhD students in their projects, so that they can be useful and practically, applicable to, the various sectors.
Prof, admissions open, because I'm sure people are listening and wondering how they can quickly get into these programs.
Yeah, so our admissions are very straightforward.
Okay.
It's not too complex. All you have to do is to go to our website, www.southshore.edu.gh.
Right.
Then you go to admissions.southshore.edu.gh. if
as displayed on our
as
screens
displayed
currently.
on the screen.
Right.
Sure. So the contact numbers, if you need to talk to someone, the contact numbers are 020 106 3633. I take that again.
Right.
020 633.
Right.
And 054 787 2488. I take that again. 0547 87 2488.
Right.
So we are located at Shipikwate Street, East Legon. In fact, it is in La Bawalishin.
Yeah.
Yeah, Accra. So
Fantastic.
You can look
so
for that.
South Shore University College and then in so on Myanmar Statistics and Artificial Intelligence Institute is what we're talking to you about. So if you want to do your PhD in statistics and data science, that's the place to go. PhD and or MPhil in statistics, you need to go. Doc and Prof will be there, as well as other faculty members. Master of Science in statistics as well. These are the programs that you're running. And you say you do a blended, so both virtual and in person as well.
In-person.
So regardless of your schedule and how tight you are, you can make it there.
We accommodate
Fantastic.
you.
Right.
Yeah.
So finally,
And in
before
fact,
we go, yes.
This afternoon, we are outdooring one of our flagship programs, BSc in Statistics and Data Science.
Wow.
I employ everyone to be part of this success story.
Fantastic. Doc, your final word.
Yeah, so we invite all prospecting students to, make it a point to visit South Shore University to see what we are providing to the world.
Absolutely.
So this is Ghana to the world.
I like that. Ghana to the world. Thank you so much, Doc. Thanks so much, Prof, for coming. And of course, the details on your screens. Make sure that you are getting in touch with South Shore University College to be a part of this because the market is moving. If you don't adjust and move in that direction, and wallow, voila. We'll be right back after this break. On the show, I am Joshua Kodjo Mensah, and this morning I've been joined by a woman doing amazingly well in the interior design and architecture space, and she'll be telling us about a masterclass which is coming up and why you need to make sure that you are joining it and being a part of it. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning I have in studio Dr. Victory Njoku, founder and CEO of Vicky Helden Interior Design and Architecture. Welcome, Victory.
Thank you.
I hope you're doing very well.
Yes, I am.
It's nice to have you.
Yes, it's so nice to have you too. Or sit on your couch. Yeah.
I hope it's comfortable enough.
Oh yes, it is.
Fantastic.
Very comfortable.
And since we're talking about interior design, I want you to give me your honest
view
of my space.
Yeah, it looks okay, but we can do more.
We can do more. I like that.
Yeah.
So talk to me. I mean, you've been in the industry for some time now.
Yeah.
5 years, I believe.
5 years and counting. Yeah.
And counting. How has the journey been as an interior designer?
An interior designer in Africa, specifically Nigeria. Yes. It's not been rosy, but I tell you one thing for sure: it's promising, and we're taking it one step at a time. Yes.
Is that so? Where do you see the industry itself as it stands now? Is it evolving that fast?
It's actually evolving. It's actually evolving because a lot of exposure has come into play. People travel, they see nice things, they want to know more, they want to execute better space designs. And I find it very interesting that we have transcended from one stage to another when it comes to design and architecture in Africa. Yes, and I mean, it's promising, actually. It's looking good.
Right. And so, talk to me about your journey. What really made you want to take up interior design and architecture? Is that what you've always wanted to be?
Not exactly. I schooled in Nigeria, and my first degree was international studies and diplomacy at the Archbishop Benson Idahosa University. That's where I schooled. And then I took up, I think it was a talent because we dabbled into fashion first. Because I own a fashion brand, so I own a couple of stuff in the creative field in regards to design. Yeah, so we started with fashion and then transcended 8 years down the line, transcended into interior design. So let's say I've been in the creative space for over 15 years.
Wow.
Yes, altogether. Yes.
And I want to believe that it's not been a smooth ride throughout.
No, it's not been a smooth ride because. I'll tell you one thing, it's just the passion for it. So it's one thing for the other. When I started with fashion, I didn't know I was going to do interior design, but I knew I was very good with space creation. I mean, making my environment look beautiful. And that kind of made me decide to go into it. I went to school, had to do a couple of courses and, just to get acquainted with industry trends and the nitty-gritties and what one needs to know about design and architecture. And so that's why we're here today.
And if someone watching us today says, well, I like what Doc is talking about, I also want to be an interior designer, what would be your candid advice to the person? Should the person pursue it or should the person just stay where he or she is?
Okay, now you have to check from the point where you are. Is it time for you to metamorphose? Is it time for you to transcend? Because a lot of people are creative. Some doctors know how to do design, some of them. And if it's something you want to do, you're a lawyer, whatever, you can go into it. But then understand that you have to know the business part of it. Because a lot of people are driven by passion. Yeah. Oh, I love to design, I love to create spaces. But do you understand the structure, the strategy on doing such a business or going into such a business? Yeah. So that's why our platform, our capacity building platform, Mastery with Vicky Helden. So it was created from a place of being passionate for the creative industry, especially the design and architecture industry. Mastery with Vicky Helden is simply a leadership, mentorship, and educational platform dedicated to fostering collaboration and innovation in the creative industry. And our prominent event is the Business of Interior Design Masterclass, which is a convergence of interior designers, upcoming and established designers as well, and architectural designers, manufacturers, furniture manufacturers, everyone coming together, converging together to learn the structures and the strategy on how to propel growth in the industry. And with our masterclass, we always suggest that people come for it even before they go into design.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more like a pre-knowledge on what you're going into, not just the beauty of it. So how are you able to convince people, emotional intelligence, the excellence needed, the discipline, everything intertwined, yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
And how long have you been running the masterclass?
2 years now. This is going to be the third year.
Okay.
And the third year, we decided to go outside our comfort zone, which is Nigeria. We started in Nigeria. So we normally have it in Nigeria in 3 cities, Lagos, Abuja, and Asaba. Asaba is the south region, southeast region of Nigeria.
Okay.
Lagos is the western region, Abuja is the northern region. And this year we decided to take it further to other African countries, and Ghana, just next to us. Ghana happened to be lucky. Yes, and South Africa. Ghana and South Africa.
Fantastic.
Because the South African industry is really booming when it comes to architecture and design. You're quite ahead of every other African country, I'll tell you that for sure.
Right.
And I just thought, okay, it's time to get everyone together, because the whole idea is to equip Africa with the knowledge needed to boost the industry, especially the economy, the creative economy. Very important, yeah.
So with the Ghana event, when is it happening?
On the 23rd of July.
Okay.
Yeah, at the Pelican Hotel at the cantonment. Yeah, and they can register.
Yeah, because I want to find out how people
website.
get to be a part of it, and who must take advantage of this opportunity.
Yeah, if you are looking to get into the design industry, and you're an interior designer, upcoming interior designer, you're a real estate executive or real estate person, agent, whatever, you will learn a lot. There's a lot to learn. And the manufacturers, furniture manufacturers, wherever you are, you can come on board. There are a lot of things you need to know about your business that you don't know. And it's going to add value to you and your country. Yeah, so that's more like
So it's happening on the 23rd of July.
July.
It's in person, right?
In person, yeah.
Right.
The reason for in person is to create a connection and networking experience amongst each other. There's something about in-person events. I always tell people, not online.
Right.
Yeah, but online is good. But with that, you get a first-hand experience on everything you need to.
And how do people register, and what does it take to register?
On the website, so you go to www.vickyheldenluxury.com/mastery/ that's it. And you register. I mean, it gives you everything, and you get an automated email once you register. Yeah.
So what would people leave the masterclass with on the 23rd? For which reason they need to start registering today?
Okay, they need to start registering because it would take them to another level. It will elevate their mind, their mindset, mentally and economically, financially as well. It's going to elevate their business because a lot of people are searching for answers to what they're doing is the right thing. Yeah. And a lot of people come for a masterclass and they leave and like, okay, I think I'm not doing the right thing. I think I wasn't going about it the right way. Yeah, so all of that will be discussed. The structures, everything you need to know on how to propel your business to the next level. Yes, it's
and come network with the best of the best.
Of course, of course. That's important because your network is actually your net worth, not your money. It's your network, the kind of people you want to have, the kind of people you want to mingle with and collaborate with. Collaboration as well is very important.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So on the 23rd of July, the masterclass is happening at the Pelican Hotel. Yeah. And so come get to the website. The website details again so they can go and start registering.
Yeah, it should be on the screen. www.vickyheldenluxury.com /mastery.
Right.
That's it.
And then you get to be a part of it. And so, Vicky, your final words as we wrap up the conversation this morning.
The final words I have for every creative: keep pushing, never lose hope. Everything will come together.
everything will definitely come together.
Yes.
Even the end of this interview, it still comes together.
I know.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank
So
you.
the details on the screens, how to build a successful and profitable interior design company 3.0 happening in Accra. Accra's version is on the 23rd of July, and so make sure that you're registering now. www.vickyheldenluxury.com/mastery/. Once you get on there, you get to register and be a part of this once in a lifetime opportunity to network with the best of the best in interior design and architecture space. Doc, thank you so much for coming again, and wish you the very best as well. So we'll take another break. When we come back, we'll be talking health. After you design your interior, how about you yourself? You also need to design yourself. So we'll be right back after this. For Health Alert again today, we've been joined by Dr. Ivan Sefa. He is the acting medical director at Great Kingdom Medical Center. He's a plastic surgeon as well, and he's joining us to have a conversation because you people can't get enough of the issues regarding cosmetic surgery. Doc, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
I'm sure that you should be excited that people are really interested in cosmetic surgery.
Yes, I'm very, very excited that people are interested in safe
cosmetic surgery, because there's a lot of misconceptions out there about how unsafe the procedure is. The last time I spoke to you, you mentioned that indeed it's safe, but then what guarantees that safety really?
So what guarantees the safety of cosmetic surgery had to do with who is doing it and where. So you need the right personnel, that's the expert, the professional who has been trained to do this cosmetic surgery. And even though you are trained to do this, you have to do it in the proper healthcare settings that is ready to prepare the patient for the procedure and even have an emergency preparedness. Okay, when there's a situation that will need emergency care, you should be able to take care of the patient, because usually with cosmetic surgery, patients usually walk in very healthy with no illness or no comorbidities. They just want to have an enhanced appearance or deal with some form of asymmetry in some body part or appear confident. So such a person walking in has to walk out with all these things corrected and not to have a debilitating situation. So it is very important that to have cosmetic surgery being done here, it should be safe And to have it safely done, you need an expert who has been trained, certified, and then has to be done in a proper healthcare setting.
Right. Has there been a situation where you've had to, or you've seen or heard that a client had to be turned away and say, listen, this is what you want, we can't do this for you?
Yes. Yes, there are several times that you have to talk to the patient or talk the patient out of what they wish or desire. That is why I told you that patient selection is very key when it comes to cosmetic surgery. And then your expectation, if they are unrealistic, then we have to advise you on what to do. So what we do at Great Kingdom Medical Center and most other centers is that we introduce a psychologist to talk you out of the procedure, even though the specialist will also try and counsel you, because it is like, I want to have this thing done at all costs.
Yes, I mean, I have my money.
I have my money.
It is my body.
Yes.
I said do it for me. You say you will do.
Yes, but we know the consequences. We know the complication that may come out, or we know that it is not achievable. Okay, so when we have such situations, we try as much as possible to counsel you. We counsel you, we try to talk to you. The psychologist comes in to help you understand what you are aiming out for. So it's not just like we say we can't do it, go. Because you go and find it done
somewhere
anyway.
else. And that's where the unsafe procedures come in.
Yes, because it also affects our outcome, because maybe in the social media, you're just going to talk about, I did this and this happened. And it is also going to affect my work.
Right. So, which are the common ones that, from your practice and experience, people come in with and say, oh, doc, well, I want to do this, doc, I want to do that, and all of those things?
So, with Great Kingdom Medical Center and other places, and even globally and locally, what is mostly done is the body contouring procedures. Okay. The liposuction, the tummy tuck, and yes. And then when we also do the breast enhancement or breast reduction for people with very busty breasts with complications. We do some minimal invasive procedures, just like the chemical pills, the Botox injections to relax certain muscles on the face to give you a very smooth contour or facial animation. So these are some of the things that we do. There are an array of things that we do when it comes to the cosmetic umbrella. It's just that when you come with your expectation, we tailor it to what can be provided, which is safe.
Right. Yeah. Now, one of the concerns that have also arisen is the after-procedure care, the recovery. Yeah. Really, what's normal when it comes to recovery and what's not normal?
So, as I said, surgeries, and for that matter, cosmetic surgery is supposed to be safe. So any patient that comes and have these surgeries being done have to walk out safe and have to walk out healthy. So usually when you come and then everything is done, the aftercare is also important. That is why sometimes a Great Kingdom Medical Center and other centers have thought it wise to bring this thing here for people who wants to have this thing done. Because sometimes you move outside the country, you get this thing done, and if the aftercare or the post-surgery care is not well taken care of, because as soon as you do it, you are in a hurry or you'll be shipped out from the hospital, and then you just have to come back. You have to come back to your country. And then now, when there are issues, you now come back to us to deal with the issues being created elsewhere. But once you are here, we are doctors. We will have to empathize and then help you. So the aftercare is very important. You have to walk out safe. You have to, and you'll be followed through. Okay, there's aftercare services that is being provided, so you don't need to think about what happens when you are. Surgery always comes with pain. Surgery comes with some form of change in function in the early days. All these things you'll be walked through. You'll be helped
even before the surgery.
Yes, even before the surgery, you'll be spoken to. You'll be told what is going to happen. So you see, 70% of what of health care is in the brain. So if your brain is prepared for what is you should be expecting, It takes part of the healing process. So a lot of people come in, we take our time to walk them through the process, explain to them what is going to happen before the surgery, in the surgery, and after the surgery. So you get to know that, so they are able to just adjust and know that, oh, this is expected. So the brain is able to adjust and help them to confidently walk out from that situation. So aftercare, post-cosmetic procedure care is very important. That is what we offer in Great Kingdom Medical Center. After the liposuction, after the tummy tuck, it's not just for you to walk away and you'll be struggling with the aftercare. We do scar management and everything. The aftercare massages, everything can be done for you, even at home. If you need our services, a dedicated personnel will be sent to your house to have your aftercare procedures being taken care of.
Fantastic. Well, I know you also have another health screening exercise coming up. Talk to me about it, because you seem very excited about it.
Yes, very, very much excited about our health screening. You know, the whole aim of getting this health screening done periodically is to, as they say, catch them young. So we also want to practice preventive medicine. So what we are doing at Great Kingdom Medical Center is to also give to the indigents, the people in Ekropon and beyond, to have access to our facility, the specialist care, the services that we provide free of charge. So from time to time, and even with management, have even come to a conclusion that we are come to have this thing done monthly, so that at least giving back to the community, we are going to have this thing done monthly, so that we will be able to prevent certain dire consequences of certain diseases. So on 27th of May, come next week Wednesday, we are having our health screening. And this health screening is going to involve the eye specialist. We also have the dentist around. We have a general consultation, and then we have something for the men as well. We have the resident urologist also coming in to take care of people with prostate issues and the likes. So all these things are going to be done on 27th of May. So everyone living within Ekropon and beyond, Ebri, even all the way to Pantai and the rest, Koforibia, if you are passing through Ekropon, just take a small time of your busy schedule. Get there, you have the specialist talking to you, or your concern being addressed when you get there. And the good aspect of it is that we have tried to secure a national health insurance scheme policy for our facility.
So now people can come and then their health insurance can be used at Great Kingdom Medical Center. Oh, fantastic.
Yes. And going forward, we'll also accept the private insurance as well, because we are in talks with the private insurance, and they are willing to also open their gate for us to do business together.
Fantastic. So on the 27th, we are all coming to Great Kingdom Medical Center. Thankfully, I'm on leave from Monday. Yeah, so yes, that's my announcement there. From Monday, I'm proceeding on leave, so which means I can come for that particular health screening exercise as well.
Excellent.
And when I come back, I'll come and tell you all. If it doesn't go well, trust me, I'll come and tell you. Sure. But Doc, before we part ways, your final word to people on safe cosmetic surgery and why they should always be mindful of who is doing it and where it's been done.
Yes, so my final or passing comment will be that to assure the general public that cosmetic surgery can be safely done here in Ghana, and for that matter, Great Kingdom Medical Center. Take the opportunity to have your appearance enhanced. If there are issues with body symmetry, we can do something about it. If you want to have your body confidently built, we are able to assist you. So at Great Kingdom Medical Center, we provide a safe cosmetic procedures, and beyond that, we have specialist care and we have the general OPD. Whatever it is, we will try and meet you halfway or to the completion. Thank you so much.
Very well. Thank you so much, Dr. Evan Sefa, Medical Director of Great Kingdom Medical Center. 27th of May, they have that health screening exercise, and now they accept the national health insurance as well. So make sure that you're finding your way there, and once they appear on the show, you know for sure that they've been vetted, and so we know what we are talking about. I will be there on the 27th of May, so make sure that you're also getting time to be there. Doc, thank you so much for coming. It's always a pleasure speaking to you. Well, we'll take a breather. We've got more conversations for you. We promised you, and we're definitely delivering on that.
Cornish. I am president and CEO.
Conversation. We've been joined by Dr. Grace Opunidakon, who is founder and CEO of Grace Compassion Global Foundation, and she's here with Reverend Jonathan Dakon, who is co-founder and director of operations, Grace Compassion and Global Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you for having
Yes.
us.
Yeah, so what we just saw before the conversation, what was it all about, Doc?
So we have partnered with the TD Jakes Foundation, and they came with us to Ghana. Last week, they were here. Last week, Sunday, is when they touched the ground.
Right.
And we welcomed them so heartedly. We gave them some, feel of our culture and everything. So they just left just a few days ago.
Oh, okay.
They left here. They were here for about 7 days.
Wow.
To have a feel of it. So we're going to have a conversation about why they're here and everything.
Exactly.
Yes, but it was a wonderful experience for them, and we work hard to make sure we got a lot done before they left.
Exactly. And for you, Reverend, how was the entire feeling? She's really excited about it. She says it was amazing, but for you as well, how did it go?
Well, it was amazing, and I think it was very informative because of all the different areas we went to and the people we saw, and the questions and the answers that we got from the different events and forums that we did with the different stakeholders in what we're trying to do here in Ghana. Right. So it was exciting. as she said, it was amazing. It was very informative. So there's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah.
And we got our boots on right now to get it going. Yeah.
One thing I loved about what I saw was how we were deliberate about our culture, representing largely in the video. That was deliberate.
Yes, yes, it was. I mean, our culture is so rich. And Ghanaians, I'm telling you, we have the world looking at us. Everybody wants to come and learn about some of our cultures and some of the things that we have going. Very unique, and it makes everybody feels belonging. They feel that finally I have been identified. You know, I feel that my identity is seen. So yeah, it's good.
Fantastic. But Doc, talk to me about the foundation. What is it focused on?
So Grace Compassion Foundation was birthed in the state. I am Ghanaian. I moved to the state when I was 16. And I've been in the healthcare field for about 28, 29 years now.
Wow.
And I've served in the community, served in a hospital, run a hospital that serves over 700 beds. And when I tell you I have run hospital, I have. And I have learned a lot when you serve. And through that, it birthed this foundation, because I realized that a lot of people, when they're sick in the States, the hospital is like a hotel, honestly. Everything you want is there. But then when you get out, you know, that's where you lack all the supplies, the people, the things that you need to keep you more healthy and prevent you from getting more sick. So I said, okay, if there's avenues of serving people who don't have insurance, people who don't have the resources, people who need something, all the support, and what can we do? Instead of them taking hospital beds, what can we do to get them out of the hospital and being served anyway without the resources? So that's when we started the Grace Compassion Foundation in the States, which is a 501c3 in the States. So during that course of it, I used to come to Ghana quite a bit.
Okay.
So for the past 3 years, we've been coming to Ghana, serving Ghana. So we started that NGO, Grace Compassion Global Foundation, here in Ghana, where we serve. And we started off with healthcare, which is the area that we were focusing on. We started focusing more on women as well. We've implemented women initiatives, empowering women, and then we've sent supplies. I mean, you name them, medical supplies to several hospitals here while we're served. We've also realized that the youth is where the future is. And so we have been able to come up with a sustainable solution that we think that is going to be helpful when it comes to education and employment. If we're able to bridge that gap where students finish school, but then they can't find a job, what can we do? So this trip that the TD Jakes Foundation came in, we realized that the job is heavy. So we went back to stronger stakeholders to help us partner so we could come serve Ghana. And to be honest, when we presented this to Bishop Jakes himself in the state, who is Chairman Jakes as well, who is over the TD Jakes Foundation, Kelly Cornice is the CEO of the TD Jakes Foundation. So she came with 8 more delegates. We're blessed. She came with 8 delegates here in the state, in Ghana, and we were able to pretty much, the goal was to research, to find the pathway, to see what's happening here in the ground, for them to see themselves. So we were just we're just finding information. So we met with some of the leaders of institutions. We've met with government leaders. We've also been able to have a student forum and connected with the students. And not just students, but, you know, maybe national service, people that have completed for years, they can't find a job. So we connected with the youth and try to see where it is, you know, what is missing. We also had a symposium where we had everybody in the room, and that was very successful. I believe it went very well to be able to hear all sides. We realized that coming together is the goal.
And Rev, let me come back to you on that particular symposium, Connecting Education and Industry to Power Ghana's Growth. She says we had everybody in the room. The conversation started. So The aim was to find out why there's that disconnect and how we can put that back together. What did you discover?
Yeah, the aim is to find where the gaps were. And we realized that all the three stakeholders, mainly education, employment section, and the companies, were not really talking together. You know, what we found out is that there's a big gap between finishing school and getting employed, or finishing school and going out to start your own business.
Right.
They come out fresh, but they can't assimilate into the system, or some of the students come out with a different degree and the jobs that are open is totally different. So those are some of the issues that we realized that if we can do something to hold the students' hands from level 300 and have another training process alongside with mindset changing, teaching them AI and all the different things, by the time they get into and do also internship at these different companies, by the time they get out their senior year and through national service, they'll be equipped for employment, so that when they go to a specific place, they don't have problem assimilating with the culture and what they do.
Right.
And we also find out, I was shocked to know that one of the HR companies said that there are jobs, over 300 jobs opening that are there. So we talk about unemployment, but the problem is there's misfits.
Right. So the openings are there.
The openings are
but then
there.
the people to fit in.
Correct.
Is where the challenge is.
Yeah, so that was some of the challenges we found. So we also have openings, but we don't have the people to fit in. So those were some of the things we learned, and we're trying to see how we can bridge those gaps.
Fantastic.
Together with all the different stakeholders.
Interesting. So, Doc, what are you taking away from this trip?
So, a whole lot.
Right.
A whole lot. I'm taking away trust in the process, because it's been a process along the way. I'm taking away partnership. Working individually can bring an impact to some extent, but working together as a team and coming together with the TD Jakes Foundation has really, really hit me hard in a great way. That partnership is very important. And what I'm also taking away is the fact that, Ghana is rich. Is rich, and if we could come together, we will expand the community. So economic empowerment is huge in our heart.
Fantastic. And Rev, what does the future look like for the foundation? What lies ahead of you?
Well, we have a bright future, and what I look at it is faith is everything, and because we have faith, we believe that God is going to lead us to a brighter way. With what we find out and what we've discovered, we realize that there's a lot more to do, and we can't do it alone. So our future is partnering with other NGOs who are already doing some of bit of what is happening, and alongside adding more value to them to make it a better place for everybody else. So at the end of the day, when we are dead and gone, we believe that the youth will also move up to a different level. Because we all went to the U.S. to study. But the fact that you studied and staying there, not coming to help Mother Ghana, doesn't help. Kwame Nkrumah went to study in the U.S. and came back and helped Ghana. So I think if you come back, we have to find something to help the youth, which is the growth of this country. Without them, we can't move. So I feel like that is what I'm going to take out of this.
Fantastic. Well, let me take your closing remarks this morning. Let me start with you, Doc.
So I am going to say that when we came, during our research, our findings, I realized that we have to work as a team. We have to stay together. We have to remain consistent. And we have to not give up in the process. Not give up is very important. And so I'm very excited that there is more work to be done. And we are needing all of you to partner with us, and let's push this to make it happen.
Absolutely.
I'm grateful.
And Rev?
For me, I think faith and foundation shaping sets. So what I will say is that this is not the end. This is just the beginning.
Right.
And our faith is going to shape us to go where we want to go. And I also believe in sustainability. And so if we come and we always give, and we don't teach them how to fish themselves, it leaves us. So I believe in doing a project that will sustain the lifetime of us.
Absolutely.
That will help the country grow.
So it's not just about teaching or giving the fish, also teaching how to fish.
How to fish, yeah.
I knew Reverend would definitely find some biblical things.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for coming, and it's been impactful, and I believe strongly that we'll see more of you on the show as well.
Yes.
I wish you the very best. God bless you for what you do for the country.
Thank you for
All right,
having
and
us.
thank you all for having us.
Absolute pleasure.
I
That's
appreciate
Reverend Jonathan Dakon, who is co-founder and director of operations, Grace Compassion Global Foundation, and Dr. Grace Opuni Dakon, founder and CEO of Grace Compassion Global Foundation. We'll take a breather. We've got more for you. And most of when he's here, he's talking about 40 under 40. Today we are not talking about 40 under 40. Today we are talking about a school I'm not too excited to talk about because of course, when it comes to Greater Accra, they try to rival us, and sometimes I don't understand them. But for the sake of peace, I'll allow them to have their day today. Accra Academy is 95, and they've got so much to talk about. And so Richard Abejini is Publicity and Promotions Committee member. He's joined us. Richard, welcome.
Thank you very much. I didn't get the fact that you want to talk about Accra Academy. I mean, there's only one academy. I mean, and that's Accra Academy.
You see why?
Any other thing is it's just not the original. Yeah.
Today, I have decided to give you the day.
You're not in the position, so it's okay. I am the one here now.
Yeah. But how has it been, bro?
It's been fine. I mean, it's been exciting, especially when you are now becoming 95 years, and then in the next 5 years, it's a centenary, and that tells you a school that began, I mean, somewhere in 1931, and then with four young entrepreneurs. I mean, we are the only school that is privately started. It's not like we got a backing. We're not spoon-fed. We're not having any traditional authorities and all that supporting us. But it started in Jamestown. I mean, Jamestown, that's the root for the less privileged. I mean, that's why Academy, I say, it's a spirit and it's a training ground. It's not just a school. So that's what carries Ebola. You don't get that. I mean, there's a certain spirit in Accra Academy, and that's exciting, especially when we are in our 95th anniversary and all that. Yeah.
But 95 years, what does it mean for the Blair boys?
For us, of course, it's kickstarting the fact that, of course, in the next few years, we are entering, like I said, into the centenary. And again, it's looking back and looking at what we have done in the past and all that, and taking a look at the fact that it was established for the less privileged people. Of course, I mean, the idea was that young entrepreneurs, and remember, I mean, the age of 30 at that time, and people, four of them coming together to put this together, it takes that back to memories in terms of what we have achieved in the past and all that. So for us, 95 years is very key and all that. And we are going to make it big. We are painting this country. I mean,
we know how you do, even though it's not like how we do it, but still.
Well, I mean, we are not just noisy. That's what people say. But then we have the intellect, we have the abilities and all that.
Yeah. So what's the theme for the 95th anniversary?
Yeah, so it's a legacy of pride, purpose, and achievements. I mean, why do we say this? A pride, because you see, Accra Academy, like I mentioned, is the first private secondary school, and we have also learned from what we call the small beginnings. Of course, in academy, we believe that little is much. Of course, you don't need to. That's what we say below. It's very quiet, but the thing is that the things we can do. So that's the pride of Accra Academy. Then you come to the second thing, which is a purpose. We're saying that our founding fathers give us something, and then the thing is that there are a lot of mantras we have in the school, like what we say, "Esekwan we dare," to be rather than to seem. So we believe in the principle of honesty is the best policy, and these are the teachings. Then it give us another one. Let me give maybe some Latins this morning. It said, "Non scholar sed vitae dissimos," which is that we learn not for school but for life. So for us, it's not just the school, but we've learned for life. So that's a training that we've gotten from. So we are celebrating the purpose. And then the last one is called, which is in another line, non-CB said Ali, not for self but for others. So we do believe as an academician that it's not just us alone. We look at the community, we look at to support other people and all that. I mean, that's where we talk about purpose and achievements. I mean, when you talk of achievement in this country, in terms of, I mean, we've produced a lot of speakers of parliament, heads of states. I mean, Paul Boateng, the first black in parliament in UK. I don't know who we have come to sports, and you think about Samuel Jans and all that. I mean, so the achievement part is what we are. Yes, and of course, yes, and
Emmanuel Ejabeng.
You know them. Okay, so you're not even an academician. You know them. It tells you that, I mean, and we are in 90 past school. We've maintained the category A till now. I mean, so we are selling. We have not gone down. There are schools that were started and they couldn't maintain the status quo and all that. But we are a category, and this is what we are celebrating to recognize, of course. And when it comes to super zonas and intercore and all that, we are the lead, running, and then I mean athletics and all that. So that's the achievement. So the team here is a legacy of pride, purpose and achievement. Yes,
fantastic. So when is the unveiling ceremony?
So it's on the 29th of May, and then it's happening at, let me just get it for you. I mean, it's happening at the Research Main Auditorium, and it's 5 p.m. I mean, we are having Right Honorable Joe Edward Dowaja, who serves as a chairman, of course, and we have the Minister of Education coming in, and then we have the Deputy Chief of Staff, and then one we say why lady and all that, but we have a customer relation, but this is not a customer place, but this one has a father who is also a Blewo B and all that. It's only a academy, I think, for one of the few schools that you find that we've even had in the past ladies that were actually alumni and all that. So that tells you.
But for us, our vice president is actually a woman.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, that's fine. I mean, we
Patricia Obunai.
Okay, that's
our global vice president.
Yes. Well, that still doesn't compete with that because we have quite a number of them. Like I mentioned, of course. I mean, and so we are unveiling it on that particular day. And
on the 29th.
On the 29th, some of the activities is going to be. In fact, what we are planning is to unveil the activity. We're going to have a float at Jamestown. We're going back to the roots where we came from.
That's fine.
I mean, Jamestown, and then we're going to have also a dinner dance and a awards night, and then we're going to kickstart what we call the marathon of the construction of the flat star. We're doing a bungalow for the staff.
Okay.
The thing that we have to also look at the staff. I mean, for a long time. I don't know if you've seen the architecture of Accra Academy. It's like a little Legon. Just check it and see. I mean, look, there's some sort of beauty of Accra Academy, the assembly hall itself and all that. You have to have time. We don't just build. We have planned for all these years and all that. So, yes. No, we are here because we are here. No, we are here because we are here. So that's a main thing we want to do in the next 5 years, to be able to put up a bungalow for them as well. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So on the 29th at Richard School, when is it happening? The time?
So 29th, it's going to be at 5 p.m. and it's at the Richard Main Auditorium. Yeah.
Right.
And we're expecting all academicians that are, of course, to be there as well.
Can some of us also join?
Oh, yeah, well,
with the non-academicians.
Yeah, we can give you the chance, of course. I mean, it's a privilege.
For brotherhood's sake.
No, it's a privilege to be with academician. And we'll give you one of the best of our anthem, Accra, Accra, Demi, our pride, the school of no regret. In hell our little minds worshipped to serve our nation great. Oh Lord, to thee we dedicate Accra Academy. Esekwan we dairy we say and blow Accra. Hey, best of the best. No, you haven't.
I go.
No, Accra, no tension. We are winning by the grace of God. Blow, shabu shabu, dawa dawa. We are here. So it's open to everybody. We'll unveil the logo as well on that day. One of the best design logo that you're going to have on that day. So we're inviting every academician, those who are outside to travel and all that, to come down and then participate and be with us. This is the boys' school.
It's a week from today. The 29th
very
is
close, of course,
today.
next week. And
absolutely.
So that's why we're here as Blow. And we're saying that this time, of course, because it's 5 years to the time, it means we are prepping ourselves for the coming centenary. Yes. And then, like I said, I've told you, look, the fine schools all over. I see a lot of people make noise all over in Accra. And you see, but the thing is, Accra stands out. I mean, Blow, have you seen the crest? I don't know whether you have paid attention. We have a clock and all that. Look. And our cadet corps trains us. Because I was trained in Accra Academy. Yeah. Of course. And we have the few, when you're talking about one of the, you see, we don't say, oh, we are one of, we are saying the first black person to have been maybe in Paris. That's what we say. That's what we say. And I sit here as the first person who had owned a company in South Africa, of course, and maybe in UK and United States as an academician.
Richard,
so Blow. Richard, no, respond, please. Respond.
I respond for you.
Accra Academy.
Blow. Richard Abbott Jr. Charlie, but still, on that day for life. And so, yes, we'll go and support our boys, our small boys, the market boys at Kaneshi. We'll move from the estate and come and support them at Kaneshi.
A disclaimer.
We'll be right back after this.
KK Kumasi Corporate Connect Yeko GNE.
Hello, my name is Lady Anne and entire SICQ, we will be there. KKK 26. See you there.
Hi, I'm Nira from Kumasi SIC PLC. We are coming here, Kasa. Come and have fun on real time.
Hello, my name is Charlotte Asari. I'm happy to announce that SIC is proudly part of the Kumasi Corporate Connect at AQ3 Center. We are coming giddy. You know, with SIC, our promises are sacred. We will be there to have fun with you all.
Hi there, my name is Diana Judith. I'm from Prudential Life Insurance, a financial consultant. I'm here to invite all of you to the Kumasi Corporate Connect.
Hi guys, my name is Priscilla Eni from Prudential Life Insurance. I'm a financial consultant. I'm inviting you to Kumasi Corporate Connect. Come have fun with us, chill, and let's have more links.
Hello everyone, my name is Alice from Oak Specialist Hospital. I warmly invite you all to join us at KKK Kumasi Corporate Connect. Oak Specialist Hospital will be repping live. See you there. Oak Specialist Hospital, better healthcare, better you.
Hello, my name is Godfred, a staff at Oak Specialist Hospital. We are having the Kumasi Corporate Connect at AQ3 Event Center. I am inviting you because Oak Specialist Hospital is gonna be there. See you there. Oak Specialist Hospital, better healthcare, better you.
Hello, my favorite people. This is Seth representing Holland Insurance. We are repping live at the Kumasi Corporate Connect. There's going to be fire, it's going to be lit. Holland is going to make that happen. We are coming with our favorite purple color, and we are running the ground to zero and raising the temperature to 100 degrees. We are going to be the favorites on the grounds because we are Ghana's favorite insurer, Holland. Ghana's favorite insurer, Holland. The unstoppables, Holland. Charge!
Hello, beautiful people. This is Kumasi Regional Office of the DVLA.
Yo.
And we are repping in this year's Corporate Connect. We are super excited to be part of this program and want to tell our fellow competitors to fasten their seatbelts and get ready for us.
Watch out.
Because in this competition, their safety is not our concern.
At all.
Team DVLA.
So it's a shutdown in Kumasi, and if you're in the Ashanti region, you should be looking out for the Corporate Connect. But of course, I've got the guys who have better knowledge about this than me. This is a family affair. So we are playing in the home match, yes. And the head of programs and events at Ultimate FM, Nana Bing Animal, is here with the brands and marketing manager at AQ3 Center in Kumasi, Michael Perry. Gentlemen, welcome.
Hey, bro.
Charlie, welcome home. Charlie. By now, I'm supposed to send my daughters to bring you water and say, uncle, you are welcome.
Uncle, you are
How was your trip?
And they will tell them we traveled 277 kilometers on some crazy road.
Oh,
yeah, to get here.
It is well.
Yeah, but hopefully by the time they are grown,
yes, it will be. There will be an expressway for them. Banana, how has it been for you, my brother?
It's been okay. It's been okay with all of this running around to make sure that the brand is very relevant in the region. Absolutely. I mean, lately we've won a few awards, the Focus Media Awards. We've won the Best Morning Show and then the Best Drive Time, and we have to flaunt it, you know.
Very necessary.
Some people haven't been able to get anything, so once we have the opportunity,
But congratulations, you're doing a great job in the Ashanti region, keeping the brand alive and all of that. And one of the ways I've also realized is that consistently you are engaging the people with events. Why this strategy?
Okay, so it's deliberate. One of the things that we've realized that the ultimate brand must do, you know, to continue to be in the faces of people, is for us to bring a lot more events, because that's one of the pillars that's the brand actually started from.
Okay.
So events, good programming, and all of that. So with the event space, I think that we've done tremendously well. I mean, this year alone, we've done the family party in the park, we've done the New Year's Day event, and all of that. And this time, we say that we are bringing the whole of the corporate people in Kumasi together. It's an idea that we muted with our partners, AQ3, you know, and to have this event on May Day, where we are bringing the people who are, you know, every time in tire and running around and all of that, to come and have some fun. Different kind of fun, not the everyday come and play football. This time we say the ladies who are coming, come and play football. So the guys are not playing football.
Wow.
You know, the guys are rather going to swim. The AQ3 event setup is such that you don't have a pitch. So we tailor-made the event to suit the things that are available. You know, we have paintballing, for instance, and we have target shooting and all of those things. So it's like, come and have fun on a holiday. But unfortunately for us, on the May Day, it was rained off. So we decided to make it postpone it to the next available holiday. You know, thinking that this holiday that's coming on the 27th was going to go to the 29th. You know, we let and then placed it there. But the truth is, fortunately for us, on the 27th, which is the we are going to have the event. And I would like to say a very big thank you to the companies that have signed up so far. We have DVLA. DVLA have told us that they are going to be there with their setups. You know, as they have the fun, they're also going to do licensing and re-registration and all of those people. For people who are in the offices and have not been able to go to the DVLA office.
To get those done.
And we thank them so much for that. For Oak Specialist Hospital, they are one of the people who are also coming on board. We have St. Thomas Eye Hospital. We also have SIC. We have Hollard. We have Dalex Finance. We have Prudential. You know, so all of these friends of ours are coming on board, and then on Wednesday we'll have a wonderful time at AQ3 Center.
Fantastic. And let me talk to Michael Perry, because I mean, consistently you've partnered Ultimate to make this happen, and this time around you're still hosting it. Talk to me about the experience and why you chose to still be on the grounds with us.
I think I've said this before, and I'll keep saying it. I think anytime we partner with EIB, we do see massive results, and it looks like they understand our language. So when it comes to bringing up events, I think we don't talk for much. We always bring out the best in them. The people do enjoy it. So anytime we are bringing out an event, we know the turn-up is going to be massive. That's why this time around, when we came up with the concept of the KKK, which is Kumasi Corporate Connect, we thought of it that they are going to be the rightful partners for us to do this together, so that we bring the entire companies in Kumasi together. Then we have fun in a different way, not the regular boring seminars this time
because
around.
No, I really think that for AQ3 Center, whenever you partner EIB, there's nothing regular about it. The last time it was watching in the morning.
Yes.
After swimming, midnight watching and all of that.
Yeah, I think that was the 10th and Toast where we had the watch party in the morning. And even earlier this year, we've done the Easter party in the park, and we are coming up with this one. This is the maiden edition of the KKK.
The KKK.
It becomes something that will stay, so that we hold it annually for the corporate organizations in Kumasi.
Yes. And so far, what has the experience been like for those who are wondering, why AQ3 Center? What makes AQ3 Center the right place to have such a connect?
First off, AQ3 Center is your premium lifestyle destination when you come to Kumasi. And with the corporate organization trying to hang out and have a team bonding and games, I think the ideal destination should be AQ3 because it's more like a center where you get everything in one.
Okay.
As my senior brother was saying earlier on. The ladies will be focusing on football this time round, then the guys will be swimming as well. So you don't normally get places where have all of this together for you.
Yeah.
We even do have apartments, so if you come for the games on that day and you don't want to leave, you might still decide to lodge around, and we have space for that. We have a restaurant to cater for your food and your drinks as well. And when we come around, we have a lot of games to make it very exciting. I'm promising you it's not going to be a dull moment. It's not going to be the regular corporate hangout where you'll be having seminars and normal chit-chat. This is going to be fun. We are going to be networking among ourselves, building connections. As my brother was saying earlier on, DVLA will be on board, Prudential will be on board. So you get a chance to connect with other people from corporate, different corporate organizations and build bonds. Yeah.
Okay, Nana, bro. So on the 27th is happening, and for those who have not registered yet, why should they not waste time?
They shouldn't waste time because they are going to miss out on an opportunity to mingle with the right people in Kumasi. There was a lady who called us from Agit Marbot. I actually didn't know of the company.
Oh, yes, I know that company, yeah.
So she called me and said, this whole thing is around. Everybody's talking about it. My friends in the other banks are coming, and me, I'm the secretary here. I'm alone. Can I come? I said, yes, why not? We'll register you. Come and let's have fun together. You see, so it's that experience that we want to give to people. We don't want people to feel that, in quotes, Kumasi is boring. We want to diffuse that as much as possible. So all that we are doing is to make people know that, look, there's a place called Kumasi that is fun, it's greener, it's more serene, and it's less expensive to stay. So as we do all of these, we have that at the back of my mind. If you are in Kumasi, you're a corporate entity and you haven't registered as yet, it is not too late. We have just 2 days for you. You can give us a call on 0244 7599 85. 0244 759985, and then register your company so you can also be part of the Kumasi Corporate Connect.
And so, like you mentioned, if the companies are not registered, but maybe, for instance, let's take EIB, like whole EIB group has not registered, but Newsroom wants to go and represent. Do we have opportunities?
It's possible.
For that?
It's possible. We actually have packages.
Okay.
So the companies have how much they are paying, and then individuals also want to be fun. I mean, to part of the fun, also have how much they are paying.
Okay.
You know, even for the companies, if you are outside the requisite number that we want, there's an amount you are paying. We are making it such that everybody is part. It's a holiday. You never know who wants to walk in and come and enjoy the music that we are playing. There's going to be live band music, for instance. So if you are in the enclave and live band music is being played in a challenge, at the gate you have to pay something. For you can also have access to it.
Okay, Michael, what will be your word out there to people who have yet to experience your amazing facilities at AQ3 Center, and why this is a golden opportunity for them?
All I'll tell them is let's all meet on the 27th of May. That is this coming Wednesday at AQ3.
Midweek chilling.
Let's meet up. Let's network. Let's connect and have fun. On this day. That's all I'll tell them. As my brother said earlier on, we'll be having the games and the fun during the day. When the evening falls and later on, then we switch to the jam session. So a lot of DJs will be around to also entertain us, so you don't forget your dancing shoes as well if you are coming around. Just know that we have DJ Chifaro and the others to make the place lively for you in the evening. And one extra thing I want to add up is after the networking and the bonding and everything happening on the 27th, then the last Saturday of the month we give them another thing, that is our movie in the park, which AQ3 is known for it, and then that will be the last thing. After enjoying this, the last weekend of the month, you come for us to have the movie in the park.
So you can build a connection on the 27th and seal the connection.
Exactly.
Simple. And this time, what is good about the movie in the park this edition is there's going to be free swimming. This time around, the watching party is also free.
Hey.
If you book for our VIP table packages, you get free coconut on arrival, you get free peanuts, you get free ice cream, a lot of freebies this time around. So you have to prepare for both Wednesday and Saturday.
So I don't have an excuse now. This is my final day for working in the month of May here. So, Charlie, I'll find a reason to be mad.
Yeah, you have to.
And this is a good enough reason.
You love it. I'm a typical Accra boy. Charlie. A lot of the people have a certain mindset about Kumasi.
Yeah.
Typical Accra boys, they have a certain mindset. But when they come in and we pass them through all these experiences, like, hey, Charlie, you guys do.
It good. So if you see me in Kumasi, please don't look at me twice. Therefore, I'm supporting EIB. We are with EIB.
But will you come alone? Or we should make provision for all the other things.
All right, so on that note, but Anna, thank you so much. Thank you so much, bro. On the 27th, it's happening live at the AQ3 Center. It's KKK Kumasi Corporate Connect. You can't afford to miss it. So come, light some small flame on the 27th, and then let it burn in the weekend as well. So let's make sure that we are there. It's going to be exciting. Call the numbers and connect quickly so you don't miss out on all the fun and, most importantly, the networking opportunities with the right people. You can network, but are you networking with the right people? These are corporate guys. This is where we can strike businesses that you never thought you could even strike. So on the 27th, we are all going to the AQ3 Center in Kumasi for the Ultimate FM AQ3 KKK. Well, let's do some birthdays now. Some people celebrating their birthdays. Let's help them make it better. So happy birthday to you, Mrs. Mariana Tabernia. God bless your new age and honor you greatly. She's with the Volta River Authority. And Pearl, happy birthday to you. Birthday blessings to an amazing lady whose heart compares to none. May the good Lord cause his face to shine on you and lead you to greener pasture. Happy birthday, Pearl. More birthday wishes. You're blessed. I pray for a new dimension in your life. May the Lord who blesses and adds no burden bless you in every department of your life. You will do well, Mrs. Betsy Na Oyo Kofi, and it's from the Sweet Girl Charity of Ghana Publishing Company Limited to you. Happy glorious birthday to you, bro. May the good Lord continue to shower his blessings on you abundantly. Alexander Kojomafo, CEO of Green Valley Foods, and it's from Kwame Ninoy to you. Happy birthday, Uncle Precious Koku. Wishing you a fantastic day filled with happiness, love, and laughter. May this new year of your life bring you success, good health, inner peace, and endless blessings. Thank you for your dedication, your courage, and service. Have a wonderful year ahead. And it's from Samuel and Wisdom, wishing you the best of the day. Happy glorious birthday to my special brother Enoch Amate. May the Lord bless you and lift you higher than you expect, and it's from your brother Razak to you. Happy birthday to you, Ernest. May you find favor from God and man. Keep doing amazing things, bro. Enjoy your day. Make sure you're outside. And this from Jones ADZI, and as he says, we are outside. Glorious birthday, Tasneem Nasara. May this new year bring you peace, good health, joy, and everything your heart has been praying for. May Allah bless you abundantly, and we are lucky to have you, and I'm proud to call you my sister. I love you, baby. Happy birthday, Josephine Ofosueja. I thank God for making you see a new chapter filled with life, mercies, prosperity, and grace. A new year of a new resolution and abundance of everything I pray for. Cheers to the fulfillment of God's miraculous glory. Birthday blessings to my sweet little sister, Fiajomo Janet. I'm so proud of you and grateful to have you in my life. May this new year bring you joy, peace, and everything your kind heart deserves. And it's from your big sister, Bernice Fiajomo. And yes, I met this lady 2 days ago on Wednesday. So special birthday wishes to Beacon Nana. God bless you richly and cause your heart's desires to see fruition as you flip another beautiful page in your life. This is from your sister Anna and all the beautiful ladies from Ibri Girls. Your energy, oh Lord, I super amazingly love it. So happy birthday to you, Nana. God bless you. Well, so that's it for the Friday edition of GA Today here on GH1 Television. Grateful for your company as always. It's been a long one, and so I'll be offset for a couple of days, but trust me, I'll be back bigger and better. You have a wonderful weekend.